Hello, everybody, and happy Thursday. I'm Sam Basil, joined alongside James Moss, Jordan Lauby, and it is round one of the 2024 NFL Draft. We're coming at you live on the House Enterprise Twitter page, my own Twitter page, as well as House Enterprise on YouTube to break down everything you guys need to know for the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft. We're going to be going through every pick as it happens, talking about the next best available players at every point in the draft, all based on Jordan Lauby's big board. As you can see, we've got the top 5 available players right now ahead of the draft. And as it keeps scrolling, you're going to be able to see a link where you can follow along live with us on house-enterprise.com. That link is going to be opening up and updating live all draft long, all weekend long, as we continue to bring you impeccable draft coverage. Starting off, let's talk about the man who's kind of been the driving force behind our impeccable draft coverage. He's been ranking every position, every potential player, and he's got 250 names on, once again, the big board. Jordan Lauby, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, man. I feel like this day has taken forever to get here. It felt like I had no time to scout 250 guys. And once I got done scouting, it has just taken forever to get to this Thursday. There were days I woke up and I was like, oh, draft's in 2 days. And it was a Sunday. And it was 5 days from then. Or 4 days from then, whatever it is. So I feel like it's taken so long to get here. It's awesome we're finally here. And honestly, outside of the number 1 overall pick and even arguably the number 2 overall pick, we have no idea what's going to happen. And I feel like past drafts, like we've known like, okay, these like 5 guys will be in the top 5 picks. Then the next like 7 could be in the top 10. Like it can really go any order. Someone who's supposed to be top 10 can drop to outside the top 20. And someone who's not even on the first round radar, who could be a 3rd round pick, will find their way into the mid-20s of the first round. So going to be a very wild draft after the number 1 pick. And I think the Commanders really control the draft based on who they take at number 2 overall. So that's where I'm at. It's a wild time right now. But we also have James here. James, as Sam seems to have some technical difficulty.
Yeah. Great to be here. I think this is the second year now that we're live doing this. We always kind of get together in some capacity, but happy to be back for a second year live. It's no secret the draft is kind of one of my favorite weekends in sports. Just the excitement leading up to it. Seeing the new franchise player walk up on that stage, shake Goodell's hand, hold his jersey, it's really cool. Always above the draft and excited for another one tonight.
Love it. Sam, that's a great avatar.
Oh geez. All right.
Well, that's okay. We'll figure this out. So
yeah,
but either way, we're both here and we can talk. Let's start with some rumors. There are a lot of names being thrown around. I want to start with the most recent one because I feel like it's gotten a ton of traction, especially over the last 12 hours. But Drake May to the Giants seems to have a lot of steam. Until very recently, Tom Pelissero tweeted that the Patriots are most likely going to stay at 3 and pick, and that pick is most likely Drake May. But all day long, the rumor was the Giants are going to trade up to get Drake May at number 3 overall. If that happens, what do the Pats do after that? And how does that impact the Giants organization? Because they have Daniel Jones there, who's on a not massive contract, but for him, pretty substantial contract. What are you guys' thoughts on if the Giants do trade up and get Drake May? What does that mean for the Pats as they move down to 6? And what does that mean for basically the Daniel Jones era with the Giants?
Yeah, I think that's it's coming to an end, whether Giants fans want to admit that or not. Last year, I feel like solidified that. Now, Saquon's gone, and it's just there's got to be some sort of hard reset going on with Daboll and Joe Shane. It's interesting for sure. I think if it looks like Washington's probably going Jaden Daniels at 2, and if that happens, then if the Patriots don't love Drake May, I could easily see a trade back down to 6. It might be wide receiver at that option. That might be a Malik Neighbors pick. But yeah, I think whether it's Drake May, whether they stay put and take JJ McCarthy, I think it's really time for that hard reset down in the Meadowlands.
100%. Basil, what do you think?
Sorry about that. can't be a draft show unless I have technical difficulties, right? Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot more trades than normal. I can't really say for sure which ones I really lean towards because I just think there's a lot of options. The question before my laptop died that I wanted to ask you, Jordan, was, do you feel like the reason why we're seeing so many potential options for trades and players to move around on draft night, and picks to move around on draft night is because the draft order and how that relates to each of these teams' needs doesn't necessarily translate to the actual, just pound for pound ranking of the quality of players here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that for sure plays a factor. I think when you're in the top 10, you get the best player available or the position of the biggest need, right? So that's why we see quarterbacks like JJ McCarthy is going to go in the top 5 tonight. Is he a top 5 player in this class? Well, I shouldn't say he's 100% going in the top 5, but I think it's more than likely that he will. Is JJ McCarthy a top 5 player in this class? I don't think so. I have him outside my top 15 personally, but I think he's a good football player. The quarterback position is just so highly valued. That's the reason quarterbacks go so high. Offensive tackle, this class is loaded with it, and you're going to see a lot of tackles go in the first round for that same reason. It's a high value position. So teams will trade up, even if they're reaching on someone, quote unquote, they do it because the value is immense there. And getting someone at a position with a ton of value on a rookie contract is massive in terms of team success. That's why the Texans are loading up now with veterans and talent because they have CJ Stroud for, at the minimum, the next 2 years on a rookie deal, right? So you take advantage of that. That's why the 49ers have made trades at the trade deadline the past 2 seasons because they have Brock Purdy who's on a rookie deal. So it's this whole philosophy now that your Super Bowl window is determinant on either a rookie deal or getting bargain deals at premium positions. And that's what's happening with a lot of teams. And that's why a lot of teams trade up now, is so they can get those premium positions on a rookie contract at a discount rather than wait and get someone who's okay at the position and can start, but then you got to pay them sooner. And if they do break out and do well, now you're spending that money a lot earlier than you would if they were a first round rookie as compared to a 5th round rookie. If that makes sense and answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And is that just is the philosophy behind that, so winning the Super Bowl in that rookie contract cycle is the philosophy behind that? Like, we're not going to be able to re-sign this guy. We're not going to have the money to get this guy by the time he does require that big contract. Or is it, we want to make sure that we can get an extension in time too?
It's not necessarily for the player itself that they drafted, but every team wants a franchise quarterback, right? You see that with the Cardinals, first and foremost, repping Kyler Murray today in the hopes we get Marvin Harrison at number 4 if we stay there. But it's like Kyler Murray was on a rookie deal, and we got DeAndre Hopkins. We got J.J. Watt. We loaded up with offensive talent. We got James Conner. We added some pieces on the defense. Because he was on that rookie contract at a premium position, you want to build your roster around that as best as you possibly can. Some teams aren't as good as other teams, and namely being the Cardinals. They got good players, but they just couldn't stay healthy. And the money they did spend on at other positions wasn't needed as much as other ones that we probably needed to spend on, right? So, but you see teams that have taken advantage of that. Like I said, the Texans just recently took advantage of that. The Vikings are going to take advantage of that because they have Sam Darnold on a bargain deal. They're probably going to draft a quarterback on a relatively bargain deal for QB money purposes, right? So you see all these young QBs and the Super Bowl windows surrounding that. And if we want to compare it to a team that paid someone big money and they've been successful but haven't won anything, I think the best example is the Cowboys, right? They constantly have offensive talent and they constantly have the right pieces, and they paid their quarterback a ton of money, but they lack at positions that aren't dire need on defense, but the players like linebacker, right? Like Marquise Bell is a good coverage linebacker, but he was asked to be an every down linebacker and stuff the run, and he couldn't do that. And the Packers in the playoffs took full advantage of that, right? And I know that's one example, and it's a weird example, but when you have a rookie quarterback, it is so much easier to spend money at positions you need to be successful than it is once that contract becomes full. So that's why you see teams spend a ton when there's a rookie QB rather than when they're paying that rookie QB a ton, and now you need to kind of scramble and pick your poison. That's what's happened with the Chiefs, but they've been able to succeed despite that because they have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Chris Jones and Trent McDuffie. Like the players that they have that are good are at premium positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're about 15 minutes away from the official start of the NFL draft, probably about 20 minutes away from the first pick walking up on stage. I know obviously the consensus is that it's all but certain that Caleb Williams will go first overall to the Chicago Bears, but as we learned last year, after the three of us sat for what felt like kind of an Iron Man stream of the first round, even when you have the first pick, I don't think teams are too reluctant to, take their time and wind that clock down. But while we're waiting, I'm looking out onto the broadcast right now on ESPN, and obviously this draft is in Detroit this year, and it's just a sea of light blue jerseys. Obviously, the Lions had a really excellent season last year, a historic season, made it all the way to the NFC Championship game. So for you guys, how do you feel like the Lions can kind of set the standard for another good season in this weekend's draft?
I'll let James take this one.
Sure. I want to talk a little bit about how they're starting to lock down their guys. They just extended Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's getting a bunch of money. They just extended Penei Sewell. He's getting a bunch of money. So they're keeping that good core, and I think that's a great start. They really hit the draft last year. I mean, their first four picks, I believe, were Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, and Brian Branch. They were all studs. So, the GM is really working his magic. And again, like what Jordan was kind of saying, drafting at those premium positions and getting starters in the draft is essential for them to continue their success. And I think with the way that their GM has been handling the organization, I think that's something that very easily could happen. But yeah, I mean, they're just, locking down their cornerstone guys and keep hitting in the draft. I think the Lions will be here for a while.
And what team, obviously the Lions, oh, sorry, you had something, Jordan?
You're good. Yeah, and to that point, like they do a great job of scouting and also doing their homework in the season on pending free agents, right? They went and get Marcus Davenport, who struggled a little bit with the Vikings, but has shown flashes to be a good edge rusher. And I think he's the perfect defensive end to play opposite Aiden Hutchinson, where Hutchinson is an unreal pass rusher and good enough against the run, where Davenport is a pretty stout run defender and just needs to be a bit better as a pass rusher to be a complete defensive end. So they went and go get Marcus Davenport, right? They needed a true cornerback who they won't be moving around a ton. They can trust in man coverage when they need him to be a man and is a good zone corner. They went and get Carlton Davis. Would have been a good combo with Carlton and Cameron Sutton, but obviously Cameron, had some legal trouble, so he's out. So now they come into this draft needing a corner. And if you want someone good to pair with Carlton Davis, they're probably going to have to go corner in the first round. The corner class is loaded. It's not getting talked about enough. But I think if you want a true shutdown to play opposite of him, you have to get him in the first round. And with where they're picking, one or two of those guys might fall to him in either Nate Wiggins or Kool-Aid McKinstry. So if they can get one of those two guys in the first, that'll be great. And then from there, they can just fill out their roster. They can go get a couple more offensive linemen. They can add another receiver. They can probably get a QB to develop if they don't want Goff towards the end. I know they drafted Hendon Hooker last year. Maybe he'll be the guy if he comes back from injury correctly. But then even defensively, get another D tackle, get another linebacker, get another safety. Like they do such a good job of getting football guys. Like there are some guys that play football and are good at football, and then there's football guys, right? Brian Branch to me is a football guy. And then for this class, for example, like Malik Neighbors, I think is a very good athletic talent. But in terms of football receiver guys, Roma Dunze is someone I prefer over him because he's a football guy. I don't know if that makes sense and if I'm driving that point home too much, but the Lions love those types of guys. And I think that's what they're going to be targeting tonight and throughout the weekend.
Yeah, they're looking for dogs. They want dogs on their team.
Yes.
Yeah. I think, to your, kind of going off what you said with offensive linemen, they did lose Jonah Jackson in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be some interior help, might be big on, or, close to the top of their list.
100%.
So we've figured out where the Lions can kind of maintain their success, but I think it's safe to say that for most of our lifetimes, the Lions fan base has been pretty, they've had it tough, right? They've had it even before we were born, going back to almost the past 50 years or so of NFL history. What teams tonight that might be, feeling how the Lions have felt for most of our lifetimes, do you feel like can make one or two moves that can really set the stage for, maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but, really hit the ground running in an upward swing in their franchise?
That's I don't want to be a homer, but I feel like the Cardinals can do that throughout the entire draft with 6 picks in the top 90 is a massive deal. And overall, the Cardinals weren't good, but they were competitive in every single game they played with depth players, like guys that shouldn't even be starting. So being a homer, I would say the Cardinals are a team that if they do the draft right, like they did last year, they have a good chance to be a playoff team next season, in my opinion. On the other side, to not be a homer, I think the Raiders can get very close to being a playoff contender as long as they handle the draft correctly. Do I think they're going to? Because they hired one of the worst GMs in recent memory? I don't think so. But I think Antonio Pierce is a good enough coach and knows the type of players he wants to bring in. He might have some power to play over Tom Telesco. But we'll see as the draft goes along if that's going to be the case.
And we are 10 minutes away from the official start of the 2024 NFL Draft. And picking first as well as picking 9th. So 2 picks in the top 10 are the Chicago Bears. Obviously, we're pretty confident on who they'll be taking at number 1. But who can the Chicago Bears take at 9 to really hit the ground, not only running, but sprinting in this NFL offseason?
There's been a lot of traction, I feel like, recently about Rome Odunze at number 9 to the Bears. Caleb Williams has, I think, straight up come out and been like, hey, I like this dude from Washington. I want to play with this guy. And people have just taken that and ran with it. The mock drafts I've seen leading up to today, it's just been Rome at 9, Rome at 9, Rome at 9. Do I think he'll be there? I don't know, but I think that is their dream scenario. In this case, is to pair Caleb Williams up with a Rome Odunze, and then you have DJ Moore, and then you have Keenan Allen, and then you have Cole Kmet. It puts him in this incredible situation to succeed right away. I think that you could address defense there with either Byron Murphy or, if you want, interior, or Dallas Turner, a little bit on the edge. But I think with this draft, with drafting Caleb Williams, they're going to look for another star to get the ball to.
Yeah,
yep.
Absolutely.
Don't want to take away from the Bears take, but breaking news: Eagles agreed on a 3-year, $96 million deal with AJ Brown.
Okay.
So that's pretty good. $84 million guaranteed. So it's an extension on top of the contract he already had. So just wanted to put that out there for the stream. Okay. I think this receiver class is if Rome is there at 9, he's the pick, right? Mm-hmm. I do not think Rome is making it past pick 6, in my opinion. I think it's going to go 3 QBs and 3 receivers off rip. barring any trades into the top 5. We'll see if that happens, but I think Rome is gone by pick 9. If he's there, he's the pick. But if Rome is gone, I would say go defense. Either get Byron Murphy, which I think they're better suited going edge at number 9 rather than taking Byron Murphy, even though he is a good player. So I would go, if they want to go for a young edge who's got athleticism and good size, Dallas Turner is an option based on the value that's there. If they want someone who's a little bit older and more versatile, you can't go wrong with either Laiatu Latu or Jared Verse at either of the spots. Mm-hmm. But a pick I think is really fun for them and most likely won't happen, but I think is hilarious if they do it, is Brock Bowers. Because Brock Bowers, even though he's listed as a tight end, really was used all over Georgia's offense. He was used as a running back. He was used as an off tight end. We call that the H-back position. Was used there, was used out in the slot. So, and in 2025, they have an out in Cole Kmet's contract where I think they only eat $8.4 million in dead cap. So they could theoretically take Brock Bowers, use him however they want as a chess piece in that offense. And if Cole Kmet doesn't progress the way you want, get rid of Kmet, move Brock to tight end full time, and then draft a receiver or pick one up in free agency next year. And just have a super fun offense for Caleb to develop in. And I doubt it happens, but part of me wants it to happen just because the chaos defenses would be in trying to game plan for all the different types of playmakers they would have on that offense.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just about 6 minutes away. And before we get into, the real nitty gritty of everything, I kind of wanted to talk about, Jordan, your process for creating what, all of our viewers at home can see is just a monstrosity of a big board. This is obviously a compilation, an amalgamation of the PRR rankings that you've done throughout this offseason on, breaking down every position that you possibly can, plus plenty of guys that were not initially on the initial rankings. So for all those guys that, made the cut, didn't make the cut for you, what was your process like? What were you using to scout, and what was your rubric like your grading rubric to figure out where these guys fall on this big, big board?
For sure. So as being a coach, when I watch film and I break down my own players, I go through it's different for a coach because you know what the play call is each play. And offensively, you can pretty much 95% of the time know exactly what the call is based on the route combination or the blocking scheme or the quarterback's progression. So it's much easier to scout offense than it is defense. Defense, you can have guesses on what they're running based on the zone drops or man-to-man defense, but you don't know if it's like cover 3 match or if it's cover 4 match or if they're doing switch route pickups based on if they're playing inside out, how are they playing against bunch scenarios? So it gets very weird for defense, right? I preface that because as a coach, I go in and I know the assignment and responsibility. So I go in and I say, okay, did you step to the right gap? Did you stunt correctly? Did you pick up the right route when they crossed into your coverage? Where are your eyes? How's your footwork? How fluid are you as an athlete, right? Those are the things I'm looking for when I'm scouting and when I'm coaching. So it's a little bit different between both, right? Because I don't have the play sheet in front of me and I don't know exactly what's happening from a scheme standpoint, right? So I take that into account. But then at the end of the day, I just trust my eyes, right? If I like someone's play style, if I like how aggressive they are at certain times and how conservative they are at others, right? I take those into account. Then I look at how they fit into the scheme and what kind of supporting cast they had around them, right? Because if you were someone who was just getting into scouting and you watched Drake May for the first time ever, or you watched Caleb Williams for the first time ever in 2023, you would look at those guys and be like, these guys aren't anything special. And then you would look at Jaden Daniels and be like, well, this guy should be the number 1 pick in the draft, right? You have to take multiple years and multiple games. You can't just look at a highlight tape. You can't look at 1 or 2 games. You have to take the whole thing you have access to. So I don't know if I can say the guy's name online. I'm going to anyways. It's called Caddy's Cut-Ups. It's out there in the open. He has all 22 breakdowns. I don't think I can post the information anywhere, but I can talk about it. But essentially, it's coaches' film of players, and it's broken down of when that player is on the field, and it's a whole cut-up. So some cut-ups, if it's a player that's playing a lot, they can be 30 minutes long, right? And it's the sideline view and then the end zone view. So you get 2 views, and you can see exactly what a player's doing, right? But then there's players that are rotational. They might only have 10 minutes of film per game, right? So depending on how much playing time they're getting and then what they're doing, also changes where they rank for me. So I go on a plus-minus system. The more pluses you get, the higher you're going to be ranked. The more minuses you get, the lower you're going to be ranked. And then from there, I go into, because you don't have access to every game, right? But I try to watch as much as I can. And if there's someone that has only 1 or 2 all 22 games, I go to YouTube. There's an account called Do a Barrel Roll. I can link it at some point, but he has the broadcast view, which isn't ideal, but the broadcast view has some good stuff. You can at least pick up on that. And you can at least watch and get a good idea of how a player is between both views. Then from there, I go look at analytics. I look at their PFF grades, which aren't perfect, but it's still a tool I use. I look at some other advanced metrics. I look at what their production was, what their breakout age was, which is essentially when did they start performing and playing at a high level. So there's a lot of different things you look at. Then from there, it computes one raw number. It's a formula I have. It's pretty big. That's why it's not on there, because it would eat up so much space. But essentially, based on all the inputs, it shoots out one number, and then does that number match what I saw on film? And majority of the time, it does. And then that ranking is set that way. If it doesn't match what I see, I trust my eyes more than I trust the number. So I just look at what my eyes saw. I go back to the notes. And if the notes are more significant and more substantial than the number, I trust the notes. If the number's telling me something different, I go with the number. So the ranking isn't perfect. It's my opinion. You're going to have guys who are going to go in the 3rd or 4th round that I have in the top 20. You'll have guys who are first-round picks I don't even have in the top 100. It's just my opinion. It's subjective. Everyone has their own opinion, and it's just how it is. I don't care about being right or wrong. I just care about the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think what you explained a lot to us, like off camera, is like you're looking at way more of where that guy is going to be in 5 years, more than what his college stats looked like.
Yep.
Something you said in the beginning, as we are actually, I think, about less than a minute away here from the commissioner's opening statements. You mentioned about talking about how analyzing how these guys play, although you can't exactly see the play cards that they're playing according to. And I thought that was really interesting. And what I wanted to ask was, how often do you feel like guys will maybe move up? They'll be rated a lot more higher, and then they'll be rated, they might kind of be underwritten a little bit, because what you're seeing is a little bit more indicative of the regime, the coaching system that they're under, more than their actual caliber and ability to play under other coaching systems as a player.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question, right? Because there's a consensus board, and the majority of people are going to align with consensus, right? And then you have guys like me, or guys in the media, like Dane Brugler is another guy who he has the Beast. He drops that every year. It's an awesome write-up. If you have an athletic account, you can access it. If you don't have an athletic account, I would highly recommend getting one for content exactly like the Beast. He ranked over 1,900 prospects and has full position breakdowns, and not just like how they played, but like their childhood background and what adversity they went through and how to pronounce their name, right? Like all the cool, like nitty gritty things you want in a draft breakdown, he has, right? So to go back to the main question, like I said, it's all about opinion and like what you know about football and what you understand. And some of these guys have been doing it for 20 years and they have a process that's proven to work. Daniel Jeremiah is one of the best out there, and he normally gets the top 50, 80% right, if not more. Last year, he was 46 out of 50. That's a ridiculous hit rate. And not just the exact pick, but to the exact team, right? Like he predicted that the Texans were going to trade up and take Will Anderson at 3 with the Cardinals. And no other mock had that. Like across the board, even like the unknown accounts that are out there, no one had them trading up and going back to back at 2 and 3. And they did that, right? Mm-hmm. Granted, Daniels or DJ's much more tapped in, so he knows those things are going to happen beforehand, right? But with that being said, it all comes back to opinion and just like everyone has a different understanding of football. Like Vic Fangio is a big component of running zone match systems. He very rarely runs true man coverage, right? But then you have other defensive coordinators in the NFL who want to live in man coverage. Same thing offensively. You have the Kyle Shanahans who want to move guys around every play, and he wants to run outside zone every play. And then you have the Cliff Kingsburys who want to spread the ball out and run screens every 3 plays and then take a deep shot here and there and never get under center, right? So just like there's different philosophies for how to run offenses and defense, there's different philosophies on how to scout and how to evaluate players and what you think a player, how they're going to project and how they're going to do 5 years, 10 years after they're drafted and how their career is going to be. Absolutely. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
I know it's not a definitive answer, which sucks, but that's the thing with scouting. No one knows. That's why there are teams who are in turmoil forever, regardless of the turnover in their scouting departments and getting new GMs. Like if everyone had a right answer, every 32 years, you would have a different Super Bowl winner and every team would win a Super Bowl once every 32 years. But no one has the right answer.
And the time between getting a first overall pick leading to a Super Bowl win would be a lot shorter, right?
Exactly, right? So it's one of those things where it's just you never know until the players on the field playing for you, and then you're like, yep, we made the right decision, and nope, we made the wrong decision, right? Like, and back to the point about first round picks, like the fastest team to ever go from first overall to winning a Super Bowl was the Cowboys back in the 80s and 90s. They had the first, I forget what year, I think it was one of the first Super Bowls they won. I think it was 87. I could have the dates wrong. They got the number 1 overall pick, and then in 91 they won the Super Bowl. No other team has done it within 8 years, having the number 1 pick and then winning. Like it's wild how it works like that. I could be wrong on that. Because I did that a few years ago. I looked that up. That might be different now. But maybe the Rams are the other team, but they didn't even win it with the guy they drafted number 1 overall. They won it with Matt Stafford 5 to 6 years later after they picked Goff number 1 overall. Like, it's just how it is.
So in 1989, they drafted Troy Aikman first overall.
89, that's what it was.
And then they won Super Bowl 27 in 92.
92. Okay, so 3 years.
Yeah, the Super Bowl was in 1993.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Okay, so 89. Yeah, the 4th season. There you go.
If you want to flip flop that too, the Cowboys also they won Super Bowl 12 in 1977, and then let's see this. So the Cowboys actually kind of did it twice. So in 1974, they drafted Ed Too Tall Jones at number 1, the defensive end from Tennessee State. And then they won Super Bowl 12 in 1977. So, yeah. Little draft history for you folks. We've got it all for you guys.
Even me, a draft nut, missed out on that the second part you said. So, funny how that works.
Yeah. And speaking of a team that wants to turn it around quickly, James, your, as well as my New York Jets.
Yeah.
Our New York Jets. They are picking 10th tonight. I feel like Jets, the Jets fan base right now is torn because obviously they need to make a good move here, right? Mm-hmm. But in terms of position, in terms of guy they want to get, I feel like no one is super confident on where exactly the Jets need to find their guy, like their big, like, the cornerstone of this year's rookie class.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to see, when it gets to 10, do they trade? If not, who in your mind do you see either falling to the Jets or them taking and kind of making a splash here?
Yeah, I kind of talked about this the other day. Not necessarily a fan of Brock Bowers to the Jets at 10. I think he's an incredible player. I think that it would be fun to add another weapon for Aaron Rodgers. Having Garrett Wilson, then Mike Williams, then Brees Hall, and then Brock Bowers would be pretty incredible. But I'd rather keep Aaron Rodgers healthy for 17 games so he could throw to those guys than have Brock Bowers and have Tyrod Taylor thrown to him. So I'm still all in it on offensive line. I've been seeing a little bit more about J.C. Latham, maybe going to the Jets. So that could be a trade back situation. I know the Saints are in offensive tackle hell, so they might want to trade up a little bit. The Rams are looking to move into the top 10, potentially for a quarterback, potentially for something else. So trade back situation there, I think would make sense. I think J.C. Latham is there at 14. I don't know if he's there at 19. But either way, if we stick and pick, I hope it's a tackle. If we trade back, I hope it's a tackle. If whatever the pick is, I hope it's a tackle.
Yeah. If any of you watched as we're getting closer and closer. Commissioner Goodell is on stage now with Eminem, Detroit legend. As if any of you weeks back, you saw us talk about a couple things. You saw first me break Jordan's heart by having the Cardinals pick Joe Alt. You also saw me, just straight up fumble a couple picks. I definitely picked a guy that had already been drafted. But we also talked about it was a rough night for me. It was hopefully a lot of GMs aren't entering tonight like I entered our mock draft. You also saw us talk about how the Jets should approach picking their next quarterback, because obviously they've got, the focus right now is on Aaron Rodgers, but obviously he was out last season. He got hurt in game 1. And then, the ever looming question of his age, right? Like, we don't really expect Aaron Rodgers to be here, maybe 4-5 more years. That's like a really, really generous, I think, estimation for Aaron Rodgers. So if they go tackle here in the first round tonight, are there any quarterbacks maybe in rounds 2 and onward that you feel like the Jets could pick, have them develop alongside Rodgers, or do you think it's best to look in 2025 onwards?
I think there's always an option for a day 3 pick there. I don't see personally a 2 to 3. Mainly we don't have it. Well, obviously we don't have a 2, but that kind of goes back to my point of the trade back is I think Joe Douglas likes his second round picks. And right now he's probably pretty uncomfortable not having one. So trade back would make sense with either LA or New Orleans, but that was the addition to my previous statement. Why did I just forget what I was talking about?
We were talking about Jets quarterbacks.
Yeah, quarterbacks. Yeah, that's a day 3 thing, I think. I think round 3 is wide receiver. I think this is a deep wide receiver class, and I think that we can find a guy like a Roman Wilson down in the 3rd round. But it's take a quarterback in day 3 and hope he develops, hope he hits, and if he doesn't, it's okay. It was a day 3 pick. Like Spencer Rattler is a good one. I think I saw somebody say the Jets take Keaton Slovis in round 7. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm not too big on Keaton Slovis. But yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that a late round quarterback would be pretty interesting. Yeah.
How much do you think the trading of Zach Wilson to the Broncos, do you think that kind of moves the needle towards the Jets looking for an option this year?
They definitely got to bring in a 3rd quarterback, for sure. I mean, Tyrod is the stagnant backup. He's going to be the backup. But they do need a 3rd quarterback, whether it's, bring back like a Tim Boyle or Trevor Siemian before training camp starts or draft one tonight. I think drafting one tonight would be the best option. And if you want, sit the guy and, leave, they need a 3rd quarterback, and I think it comes this weekend.
Yeah. And just I just want to point out that Chicago, as of about 20 seconds ago, is on the clock. So they
On the
got
clock.
9.5 minutes to make what's considered probably one of the
Who's it gonna
you know
be?
easiest picks in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I want to speak to the quarterback situation for the Jets, and I
Mhm.
think if he's available, a very interesting guy. And to your point, like the receiver class is loaded, right? So do you need one day two? There are plenty of day three guys that the Jets could pick up that will end up being wide receiver twos, wide receiver threes, right? Like someone in mind as a day three guy, Malik Washington, right? Receiver out of Virginia, very Zay Flowers-esque in terms of undersized receiver, but was used as a true wide receiver one on that offense. So he has experience all over the field, in the slot, out wide, on an island, and he made plays all season long, right? I think I have him as my receiver 20 on my ranking, so I don't have him super high, but it's a loaded class. Like he'd probably be a top 10 receiver in any other class, right? Like, but it just, this receiver class is stupid. So I think you would have better luck getting a day three receiver and then panning out to a wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3 at the worst than you would be taking a QB in day 3 and hoping it develops. So I think with their third round pick, Spencer Rattler, if he's there, would be an amazing pick. He's a guy who had some character concerns while he was at Oklahoma, goes to South Carolina, keeps his head down and stays out of the media completely, and had some really good throws on tape. I have him QB 8. I have him pretty low, but that's not because of anything he does bad as a quarterback where he can't develop. He has some very developable traits. It just depends on where he lands, right? It depends on where he goes. And I think if he ends up with the Jets, it actually could be one of those situations where he can develop and learn under a Hall of Fame quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, and by the time he's 25, take over as a starter and be a freak for them. Because he's got a massive arm and he's got the athleticism to compete in the pros. And that's that. They showed Caleb Williams on screen, and I thought the pick was already in.
I saw him pick up a phone. I thought he was getting a call there.
He 100% got the call there.
Yeah. Jordan, for Rattler, obviously he started off. He played 3 seasons at Oklahoma, and then finished his career at South Carolina. You talk about how he kind of, worked his way up kind of under the radar at South Carolina. How much do you feel like transferring really helped him out and helped him get to where he is and get to a potential pick this weekend?
Well, I think it really helped him out because it showed that he can handle adversity and not crumble, right? Because any QB that gets benched for a freshman is gonna feel some type of way, right? Like, and it all depends on how you respond. And he responded the right way. Like I'm not going to say everything was given to him in life because you can't say that, but from an objective lens, right? Like I'm pretty sure he was the number 1 player in his class, or at least the number 1 QB. I could be wrong on that, but very highly rated QB, goes to Oklahoma to be under one of the best offensive coordinators ever. Not ever, but like at the time of college, was a very good offensive minded coach. Starts right away, which is rare for freshman QBs at a Power 5 school, right? So there are multiple reasons why he could have just crumbled after he got benched for Caleb Williams. Obviously, it made sense because Caleb is the best QB in this class and arguably the best to come out in a decade. I'm not going to say that, but you can make the argument for it, right? But he transferred, goes to South Carolina, puts his head down and just works and just gets after it, shows he can be a starting QB at not only a Power 5 school, but has the tools to be an NFL starting quarterback like we all thought he could when he first entered the college scene. So I think that speaks much more to his character than any negative that's been out there about him over the past or early in his college career, really.
Yeah. And should he go to the Jets, what about Aaron Rodgers' game would you like to see Rattler kind of take?
I want to see him do better under pressure because one of Aaron Rodgers' best traits is how well he avoids pressure and keeps his eyes glued downfield, right? Like Rattler has some amazing throws where he's getting smacked. There's a throw against Florida he makes where he drops back and the D tackle is in his face right away, and he throws a 50-yard perfect strike to Xavier Legette over the middle of the field with the guy in his face. Like if he was throwing it to the sideline, like that's a bit easier of a throw. But when the pressure is right there and you get hit as you throw and you put it 50 yards downfield, like that's what I'm saying about the arm talent. Like it's there. But if he can learn how to handle pressure on a snap-to-snap basis and not rely on those miracle throws, that's why I think he'd be such a great fit under Aaron. Is Aaron will help him navigate pressure, will help him with his accuracy when things don't go great, and going through his progression, right? Like Aaron Rodgers, if he goes through his progression, if his guy's an open, he immediately goes elsewhere. And once the read's open that he's on, he hits it, right? And I think that's the next step Rattler has to take. He needs to go through his reads correctly and just say, all right, open, good, let's get this thing out. Or not open, go to the next guy, right? There's a lot of times on film, he makes the throw just to make the throw rather than going through his progression, right? But also didn't help. South Carolina had a horrible offensive line during his entire career there. So he kind of had to play hero ball a little bit, similar to Caleb Williams, which I'm sure we'll talk about Caleb since he's the number one pick, but the hero ball aspect, that's not going to happen in the NFL. I mean, it does happen from time to time, but that shouldn't be a deterrent for someone as they come into the NFL if they had to play hero ball or not.
Yeah.
Not to kill this conversation, but the pick is in. The pick is in, and Goodell is walking out, at least on my stream.
Yep. That's what I've got.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. Jaden Daniels.
Ah! I'm on the edge of my seat.
There it is. Caleb Williams.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we've got our first pick of the night. Caleb Williams.
Yep.
Chicago Bears.
The first Bears number 1 overall pick since 1947.
Wow.
So
I feel like this, the fact that that's true, that's nuts. As I update our ticker here with our best available players. Look at that, state of the art here at House Enterprise. So their first, what was that year? Their first pick in what?
Since 1947, they took a running back.
Wow. So that's almost 80 years. It's been 77 years since the Bears selected first overall. Obviously, I feel like what that kind of shows is the Bears have finally, after years of kind of, up and down, I feel like in the 2000s, they made that one Super Bowl, but this getting the first round pick is kind of not necessarily rock bottom because it wasn't their pick to begin with, but it's you hit the bottom and now you're ready to go. You're ready to bounce back up. What does this mean for, the Bears franchise? And like, what do you see for the next, I would say, I guess for the rest of the decade of Bears football? Like, how do you feel like Caleb Williams sets the tone for, really, in my opinion, bringing the Bears, back to a relevant team in the NFL?
He's probably already the greatest Bears quarterback of all time without having stepped on a field.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just like for a city that, like, we can relate as Jets fans that have just been yearning for this franchise guy for however many years. I mean, since Joe Namath for us. And I don't know if the Bears ever really had a staple big name quarterback that's like, oh, you think of this guy, you think of like all the great times he had with the Bears. Like you think about their one Super Bowl, you think about the defense. This is like, for them, it's the first time, like, this is their quarterback, this is their identity. And I don't know if they've ever had that. And it's really, really cool to see. Yeah.
You're telling me you don't think of Doug Flutie?
No, I don't know. Jay Cutler has he's probably the highest you get, but yeah.
Jim McMahon is another guy. I know he doesn't have the numbers, but just the moxie he had, the attitude he had. Like, not that Caleb Williams is the same. Like, I feel like Baker Mayfield is closer to Jim McMahon from a personality standpoint, but Caleb is the most like, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want mentality that we've seen in a Bears quarterback since Jim McMahon, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And he's not going to care. He's going to do what he wants to do, which I love that for a quarterback mentality. Like, I feel like Justin Fields like tried to fit a mold and like wasn't really himself until he started going off not last season, but 2022. And then last year he battled some injuries and stuff like that. So like Caleb's going to come out and be him right from day one, which I think is great and what they need in a franchise QB. So, and to the point you brought up, normally a first round being the number one overall pick spells for disaster. And I don't think I remember a team with the number one overall pick being in as good of a situation as the Bears are. Their defense played much better down the stretch, and they added some pieces there while cutting away some older veterans. The offense, they loaded up with talent. They just probably need to add one or two more offensive linemen, and they'll be a legit threat. And now you draft Caleb Williams, who can do anything from any position on the field. He's a good pocket passer. He can scramble and hit throws on the run. He can hurt you with his feet, right? His versatility and unpredictability for a defense is going to be tough to manage. And then on top of that, you add in all the offensive firepower they have now. It's just a very, very tough thing for defenses they're going to have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Jordan, really quick, what's Dylan up to tonight? How's he watching the draft?
So Dylan, he is, and as far as I'm concerned, he's on Long Island. He's been taking it easy. He went and saw a Yankee game on Monday with his agent and another player. He was from Eastport, South Manor, another Long Island guy, our crosstown rival, Matt Goncalves. He's going to be in the draft as well. He's probably going to be a third or fourth round pick, offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. He's very good. I like him. I think I had him in my. Let me see where I had him in my tackle ranking. I didn't have him as high, but I think he is good.
Yeah.
But again, the tackle class is loaded. But yeah, Dylan's probably chilling tonight. I know Saturday is going to be the big day for him since he's most likely a day 3 pick. But I'm sure tomorrow and Saturday he's going to be with close family. I'm going to be heading down there this weekend, and then the draft party is Sunday once we know where he's going. So this way it's no pressure for him. He can just enjoy it, and we can all have fun together. So.
Nice.
I want to get back to Dylan in just a second, but we are seeing the pick for Washington is in. And, you know, I feel like this happens sometimes when there's such a consensus number one pick. I mean, it was very exciting watching Caleb get drafted. I don't want to understate that, right? But sometimes in the NFL or any other sport where like it's so obvious who's going to go number one, there kind of comes a point where you get to 2 and onwards, you go, all right, now we're really getting into it. And so for Washington, right, they haven't made the playoffs in 4 years. And even then, they made the playoffs as a 7-9 team. Their last winning record was in 2016. They didn't make the playoffs. And yeah, they had a winning record, but it was 8-7-1. So the last time they had a 9-win winning season, made the playoffs, was in 2015. So it's been a tough. I would honestly say it's been a tough century for Washington. Are they going quarterback here? I mean, what's the move? What's the move here for the Commanders?
QB. Let's see who it is. It's up live for me. I don't know about you guys, but
our boys walking out.
Yep, we knew that was going to be.
Jaden Daniels.
That has been locked in for.
Very nice. All right, so Jordan, I had a question about Jaden Daniels. You were mentioning earlier it's not just about watching a player's past season of tape. It's about watching all of their years of tape. So obviously Jaden Daniels was a transfer from Arizona State. Did you watch tape from him when he was at ASU? And if you did, how has his game changed from when he was there to when he got to LSU? Because he wasn't looked at Arizona State like he is now.
Yeah, I watched a few games. I think there were only 2 or 3 all 22 games that were available from his Arizona State. But being completely honest, not much. He became a little bit better as a passer. He became much better as an athlete in terms of understanding spacing and abusing running lanes that the pressure gave him. But being completely honest, the only change from ASU to LSU was that the past 2 years he's had the best offensive line and some of the best offensive weapons. And that was the reason why he had the numbers he did. And like, I don't like talking bad about prospects whatsoever, right? Like, at the end of the day, these are guys who are college students. They're playing against guys who are barely adults. These guys themselves are barely adults. But seeing as Jaden Daniels is 23, and I think he's going to be 24 his rookie year, I don't mind bashing him a little bit. He has the same issues coming out that Justin Fields did, and he's smaller and doesn't have as big of an arm. I don't think he's going to pan out the way he's being projected by NFL media. In the nicest way I can say possible, I don't think he's going to pan out the way he's projected.
Right.
I think
Jordan hates Jaden Daniels. You heard it here first.
I think his athleticism is top notch, and he is a very good runner, and he has moments where he shows he can be a good passer. It's just not consistent enough for me to take him number 2 overall. If this is me, I would be taking Drake May.
They just showed a highlight of Jaden Daniels throwing a touchdown to Brandon Ayuk. So he's been around.
Mm-hmm. He has been around.
Yeah.
So
where do you think
he will turn 24 in December?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's anywhere in his game that being drafted to Washington will kind of help him get that quick development? Or do you feel like there was another spot he could have landed that would, put him in a good situation accounting for his age?
I think the best spot for him this early in the draft would have been the Bears, but unfortunately Caleb Williams is Caleb Williams. Mm-hmm. Like the Bears have a good offensive line, and they have 2 great wide receivers, very similar to what LSU had. They had Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas, right? And then you have the unreal offensive line that they do, right? So if there's any other team that he would have been a fit for, teams that need a QB, maybe the Vikings, but they run a very different offense than what LSU ran and that the Commanders are going to run. The good thing with the Commanders is they'll run an offense that's very similar to what he ran at LSU. He's going to be in gun the majority of the time. They're going to spread the ball out. They're going to run zone-heavy concepts. They're going to run man beaters when they need to, and that's that. Oh, my God, the pick is in for the Pats.
That was quick for the Pats.
Wow. So where does New England go here now? Do we see 1, 2, 3 QBs? Or now that the top 2 guys are off the board, do we see them go wide receiver here, or potentially something else, like a non-skill position?
It's got to be QB, right?
Yeah, I would say QB, especially because next year's class is not looking as strong. Carson Beck is probably a guy. If Shedeur Sanders takes that next step, maybe him. Jackson Dart is an interesting prospect, but he is so inconsistent.
Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers. But again, after watching Adonai Mitchell, JT Sanders, and Xavier Worthy, I am like, how is Arch Manning not taken over yet? Like, that's where I'm at. Like, how has he not gotten a chance to play? Like, and I don't know if that's an indictment on Arch Manning, or if that's just Quinn's their guy, so they're going to rock with him, right? So that Quinn Ewers is someone I'm a little out on, but again, we'll see how he does next year. I'll dive into the tape a little bit deeper because, again, I wasn't watching him. I was just watching the other guys and the result that happened. But I remember multiple times being like, he's wide open, and he was looking at him. Why didn't he throw it? Or why did he throw it to the defender, not the receiver, right? So, like, just a lot of stuff. But I think Drake May is the pick here at 3. You got to go QB because next year's class is not as strong. And, yeah, you could take Marvin Harrison here, but then you have to take a risk at a QB with, like, Bo Nix or Michael Penix if they're there, maybe Spencer Rattler, but who knows if any of those guys are going to pan out the way that we want them to.
They're showing Drake May right now. He doesn't look particularly happy. I wonder if he's just putting on a poker face or if it could be a
This
shakeup
could
here.
be JJ McCarthy.
It could be.
If this
So-
is JJ McCarthy, I'm gonna go nuts.
Aside from the fact that the Pats, not the fact, but aside from the probability that the Pats will be picking what they're hoping to be their next franchise QB. Obviously, the other big storyline heading into this season for New England. Oh, all right, there it is. Drake May, the QB from North.
Drake May. All right, he was
Carolina.
putting on a poker face.
All right.
Boys, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Cardinals are gonna get Marvin Harrison here.
Yeah.
I am praying. Sorry to interrupt, but
No, you're
good.
totally fine.
Trade for the. No, I'm kidding.
don't
Yeah,
do
all
that to me.
All right, so Drake May.
Yeah.
What about his game allows him to succeed in New England?
So Drake May is, I think, a better improviser than Caleb Williams. I think Caleb Williams does a good job playing hero ball and making the best out of horrible situations. But Drake May, the throws he makes are ridiculous. Like, he can manipulate a defense with his eyes on the run. Like, normally you see that from the pocket. On the run, he can look off defenders and still hit someone in stride 30 yards downfield, right? He will step up into the pocket when pressure gets murky. And I know that's not really improvising. That's just part of the process, but he steps up really well, in my opinion. I think he's got good athleticism. He's been compared to Josh Allen from a size and athletic standpoint, even though he doesn't look as big as Josh Allen, right? But there are plays where he'll be getting sacked and he'll still get the ball out to, like, on the running back on a dump off, or he'll sidearm a ball down the sideline and hit someone that's open, right, while he's getting hit. So I think his poise under pressure will help him out. And I think just his accuracy when he's on and being behind a good offensive line, with the Patriots have beefed up their O-line a little bit. I don't know if it's as good as it needs to be, but it will be better than whatever North Carolina had.
Yeah.
But I think the next step is getting an offensive weapon and getting a wide receiver one that's not Kendrick Bourne.
So we just saw the NFL draft go 1, 2, 3 QB. That's really fun. I mean, I find that to be really fun. I think the worst part about it, and I'm putting myself as a guilty party here because we are media as well. Like the narrative now becomes just pitting these guys against each other, right? In their career, they get drafted on the same night, 1, 2, 3, and then it's like, all right, who's going to be the best? Who's going to pan out? Who's gonna struggle? I don't want to ask you guys that question, but what I want to ask instead is, what kind of pressure does that put on Williams, Daniels, and May now entering their career as top 3 picks in the same draft class as quarterbacks?
I think whatever it is, they need to put on a better product on the field than Lawrence, Wilson, and Lance did the last time this happened.
Mm-hmm.
That was rough. That was like deemed one of the best quarterback classes, and that didn't turn out. So it's about being better than that, I would say.
Absolutely. So you're not really competing with each other. You're competing against.
You're competing against the history of quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we've got the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. Jordan, this is your team. Seems like you're very excited. Obviously, the number 2 guy on your big board is Marvin Harrison Jr., the wide receiver from Ohio State. It seems like that's the guy you want them to take, but should they not? What's the move here? What are the? Give me a short list of maybe 2 or 3 other moves that the Cardinals can make that you would be happy with.
I'd be happy with either Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors. I like Rome a little more, but I think Malik Neighbors has really good athleticism. Joe Alt is super interesting because we probably do need a left tackle. But I think moving Paris back to the left side where he's comfortable and having Jonah Williams be serviceable on the right side is good enough. But if they wanted to go Joe Alt, I wouldn't be mad that they drafted Joe Alt. I'd be mad they drafted Joe Alt over Marvin Harrison Jr. as the other two guys I mentioned. So those are the three I would say. If they don't go Marvin Harrison Jr., I'd be okay with, but he's the best receiving prospect we've seen since AJ Green and Julio Jones. This is a very, very easy pick for the Cardinals and should be the pick here at number 4.
Yeah.
Well, the pick is in, so
I'm just gonna preemptively update this.
Well,
And if I'm wrong,
that's a lot of
then
confidence, man.
kick me off the show. Kyler Murray tweeted today, like, something feels right about today. The vibes are immaculate. And then Paris Johnson, who was his teammate, put smiley faces under the tweet. And then Marvin Harrison liked both of those. So I think they've known for quite a bit. But here we go.
And Paris Campbell, they played together.
Paris Johnson.
Paris Johnson, yeah.
Oh,
They did.
and there it is.
Here we go.
Your eagerness paid off, Jordan.
Oh, let's go. Oh my God. We still need to get the rest of the draft right, but that is a great start.
So I don't know if there was any dissent on this. But this pretty much solidifies Ohio State being wide receiver U, right? Or was it already so obvious?
No, I think it's still LSU.
Still LSU. Okay.
I would say it's LSU. You got bigger name guys that come out of LSU, in my opinion. You had OBJ, Jamar Chase. You have two top first round receivers in this class, both coming from LSU. DJ Chark, even though he hasn't been great, has been serviceable in the league, right? Like, Ohio State has good talent, right? Michael Thomas was very good for like 4 or 5 years. Why can't I think of any other Ohio State receivers? Oh, Chris Olave has done very well at the beginning of his career. Garrett Wilson is a very good receiver for the Jets, right? Terry McLaurin is another guy who was a 4th rounder who ended up being really solid, right? So you can make the argument for both. It depends on how these three pan out. If Marvin Harrison Jr. is who we think he's going to be, and either Malik Neighbors or Brian Thomas does not pan out, then it's probably Ohio State. Takes it at this point in the juncture, right? But LSU has just had massive, like, Jamar Chase is a top 3 receiver right now. OBJ at one point was a top 3 receiver in his career. I don't think we've ever seen an Ohio State receiver be a bona fide number 1 or even top 3 at any point in their career over the past 20 years. At least in my opinion.
So, yeah, I guess I'm just looking at the recent draft history, and obviously that doesn't really.
Recent draft history, Ohio State for sure.
Yeah.
Because really, Jamar Chase is the only LSU guy who has been awesome, right? Where Ohio State has had multiple guys over the past 6 drafts who have been wide receiver 1s for their teams and be very good wide receiver 1s, right? So to that point, I totally get it. Recently, 100%.
So now we have, oh my God, I almost said San Diego. The Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock. Yep. I'm not even like I have really no connections to California, but I just I don't know. It's if I can just get on a soapbox here, it's just always rubbed me the wrong way that the Chargers left San Diego. It's so unfortunate.
I agree. And even the Rams leaving St. Louis is not great, but
that's a tough one because I think the Rams are I like the Rams in LA.
I agree.
Just historically, I think it makes sense, but that coming at the cost of, losing like the city where the greatest show on turf happened and all that stuff. Like that's also so unfortunate. I don't know. Yeah, that one I'm a lot more conflicted on, but for the Chargers leaving San Diego to this, I will never not be upset about it. Anyway, they got about 5 minutes left to make their pick. Where do they go here? Do they find another weapon for Justin Herbert? Do they try to get him some help on the offensive line, or do they try to improve their defense here?
So I think if they go offensive line, right, it's got to be Joe Alt, and you got to move him to right tackle. Is that where his skill set is going to be best utilized? I don't know, because the Cardinals moved Paris Johnson from left to right tackle, a position he's never played, and he was okay as a rookie. Like, was he sixth round pick or sixth overall pick material as a rookie? No, but he's going to develop and he's going to get better, right? So taking Joe Alt here, you're taking the same risk the Cardinals did last year, that they're going to pan out in a few years on the right side if they end up sticking there, because they, unlike the Cardinals, they already have a solidified left tackle. So you got to hope moving them to the right is going to pan out. So I think the better pick here is Malik Neighbors. And then the second and third round is littered with true right tackles who are very good. Like Christian Jones from Texas, I think he's not getting talked about enough. That's someone you could take in the third round and would be a very good right tackle for you, right? But if they don't want Neighbors, or if they don't want Neighbors or Joe Alt or even Rome Odunze, and they want to go and trade back with the Vikings because JJ McCarthy's still on the board, they could do that as well. But if they're sticking and picking, I would say Neighbors or Odunze here at 5 overall.
Where do you think Coach Harbaugh is going to lean here? If I'm putting you in the shoes of Jim Harbaugh here.
I think Harbaugh loves O-line, but he's got a good enough one and not good enough receivers. Like, I don't want to call Quentin Johnston a bust yet, but the issues that showed up in college are showing up in the NFL at a very alarming rate with his inconsistent hands and not playing like he's 6'4", but playing like he's 5'8". That showed up a lot his rookie year. Do I think he can figure it out? I hope he can. But I think you're looking at the receiver room as one of the most depleted in the NFL, and you have a chance to get a top 5 player in this class on most consensus boards. You should go and take him. Take Malik Neighbors. Obviously, I prefer Dunze over him, but that's just personal preference. But go get Neighbors if you really, really want that new wide receiver one for you guys.
Less than 2 minutes left for the Chargers to make their 5th pick. This might be one of the longer ones of the night so far, if I'm not mistaken. They're really
maybe they're giving ESPN their commercial break time,
taking their time. Yes. Well, you got to play the Despicable Me 4 trailer. I mean, that's like
that was
you can't skip that.
Yeah.
Greatest quadrilogy of our time.
It might shape up that way, dude.
It might. Well, then you can technically count that as quadrilogy.
Yeah, the Avengers
movies.
A solid competitor.
Yeah. But like Despicable Me.
Yeah.
Oh, pick is in.
Let's go. All right. Who we got?
I don't know.
Well, we have a commercial, and it's Gronk. So, fucking Gronk.
I see too much of Gronk.
Yeah. So Gronk missed those Super Bowl commercial field goal kicks, right?
Yeah, those are always so over marketed, and then it just like happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
It just like they don't care.
I'm pretty sure it's fake, anyways, because like it doesn't look real, like it's happening in real life. You know what I mean?
That's like saying wrestling is fake. What are you talking about? Of course it's real.
It's not fake, it's scripted, Jordan.
Yeah, it's scripted.
No, it's not. It really happens.
It's real life.
All right, here we go. We're back.
Yep. If my hunch is right about Jaden Daniels, the number 2 overall pick quarterback trend is going to continue. Obviously, CJ Stroud is an outlier.
Yeah.
RG3 pre-injury was looking like an outlier, but that trend would continue if my priors about Jaden Daniels come to fruition.
Yeah.
Again, not being a dick, not trying to be, but just my opinion.
So Zach Wilson.
Mariota. Marcus Mariota. I think I texted you guys a full Ryan Leaf. Different situation. He had a legitimate problem.
Yeah.
Outside of the NFL, that he is actually fun. While we're talking about Ryan Leaf, and funny enough, it's the Chargers pick. My mom, she does drug and alcohol prevention work for a living, and actually has done multiple conferences and keynotes with Ryan Leaf about overcoming addiction, which is really cool.
That's awesome.
To say that my mom has worked with him. Yeah, it's sick.
He has kind of become
and hearing his story is.
Yeah, he's become a feel-good story. I mean, I know he's got a pretty interesting past, but to overcome something like that, he's become a good story.
100%.
All right, this pick is here.
Okay.
Oh, Joe Alt.
First wrong pick of the night for your boy.
Joe
Wow.
Alt. Harbaugh loves his offensive line, so I don't think that's too shocking.
All right, so what does Joe Alt bring to the San Diego? Dude, I did it again. To the Los Angeles
where they
Chargers.
belong.
Oh boy!
While you were gone,
Joe Alt,
James, sorry. I was saying I just went on a whole rant about while you were gone about how I hate the Chargers not being at San Diego. So sorry, what were you saying, Jordan?
No, it's a shared hate.
Yeah, so Joe Alt is a massive human being. It's got his measurements on the screen. Nearly 6'9", 320 pounds. He's a mammoth, dude. He's massive. He has incredibly quick feet for his size, which is insane. He's a good run blocker, good pass protector, and he's athletic. He can pull, he can get out in space, he can help out in the screen game. Like, he does everything you want a modern left tackle to do, right? Where I get a little worrisome with him is he plays like he leans forward a lot, especially in pass pro. And I don't know if it's because he's that tall and he wants to get that added reach in his pass blocking, but I don't like that is something that will need to get cleaned up at the next level because he's able to handle college level rushers because he's just massive compared to them, right? But when you get to the NFL and everyone's the same size as you, how's he going to do against Aiden Hutchinson? How's he going to do against Max Crosby, who knows how to hit hands down when you're reaching out like this, right? So that's going to be the key for him is improving his handwork and his posture when pass protecting.
Yeah. I mean, thank God he went to San Diego where Justin Herbert's like 6'5", 6'6", and not Arizona where Kyler Murray's 5'10". I don't know if he would have been able to look over him.
Yeah. Wow. He's a large man. I'm seeing him on screen right now, hug his family, and
I'm pretty surprised so far that there have been 0 trades. I'm going to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Imagine the Giants go JJ McCarthy here.
Oh man, I know some Giants fans that'll be gonna have to talk off the ledge if that happens.
This I think has to be Malik Neighbors here.
Yeah, 100%. I wonder JJ McCarthy might have been. I wonder if he's some smoke like Will Levis was last year, and pick is in.
All right, this is a very tense moment here for the Giants fandom.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I have a bunch of friends, and I'm sure Will Tondo is going to be freaking out if they go JJ McCarthy here, which I think is an upgrade from Daniel Jones, on my personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like saying my personal opinion is redundant. Like,
yeah.
You're saying the same thing. My opinion.
I guess you could hold an opinion that is shared.
In my
shared consensus.
Opinion. Yeah.
My shared but not personal opinion.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. This is why you come for draft analysis analysis and vocab analysis.
Oh, JJ McCarthy is smiling.
Oh boy.
This segment is actually a preview of our House Enterprise SAT prep.
Yeah.
So if you guys need help with English, math, just DM Jordan. He'll be happy to help you.
Hey, next SAT is in June. Sign up now. All right.
Yep. This is a Grammarly course. Is what that says.
Grammarly. Okay, so Malik Neighbors is smiling too. So I like his chain leak.
I mean, I'm smiling. Am I getting picked by the Giants?
Thank you so much. I just had 2 tweets hand delivered. Thank you so much.
Oh, nice.
This is Mary,
Hi,
my
Mary.
brother's girlfriend. So go ahead, get out of here. Not Mary, the dog. The dog.
Oh,
Sorry.
I was like, jeez. Hand delivers you the tweets. All right, I'm done with you.
Yeah. Oh my god. All
Oh, here we go.
Neighbors, there it is.
There it is.
Mm.
Okay.
Good pick for the Giants.
Daniel Jones wears blue for another season.
Give me 1 second. I need to put the door stop at my door. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. All right. So Malik Neighbors is a New York Giant. How do we feel about this, James?
I think it's good for them. They really haven't had a dude since Odell Beckham. Kenny Galladay was a massive flop. I think Jalen Hyatt, he could be a good complimentary guy, but I mean, this guy is going to be a stud. He's going to be your wide receiver one. It'll be interesting to see who's throwing him the ball, but I think this is a home run pick for the Giants and something they desperately needed since Odell got kind of ran out of town.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've had 2 wide receivers now, right? If my math is mathing, thanks to House Enterprise SAT prep. We've had 2 wide receivers picked so far, but our second best consensus wide receiver is still on the board, Rome Odunze.
Mm-hmm.
Where does he fall now for you? Does he go to Tennessee, who is right now on the clock, or do you feel like he's gonna, make his way down the board?
I think he has a chance to slide. I think a team would, if he gets past Tennessee, I think Atlanta is a trade back candidate because they don't need much and they need an edge rusher, and there are going to be good edge rushers in the middle of the first that they can get. So I think Atlanta could trade back and a team could trade up who needs a receiver. Looking at my team needs of teams who are close to that pick who need a receiver, obviously the Bills need one, but they're way towards the back half of the draft of the first round, so they may not want to. Cincinnati seems like a very interesting team that could trade up as T. Higgins wants out, and Rome would be that big body, go up and get it. Even though he's not as big as T, could be someone, that could work out for them if they want to do that. The Raiders need Devontae Adams replacement, and my comp for Rome Odunze is Devontae Adams. So that could be someone who comes in, learn under him, work with Jacoby Myers as well, and get some good stuff there. Other than that, I mean, the Saints all need a receiver, but I think their offensive tackle need is much greater. The Steelers need one. I think they'd be an interesting team to move up to take him. But I think Tennessee goes tackle. If the Falcons don't move out, they might go Rome. And then you have 4 good receivers plus Kyle Pitts you can mix and match and move around. But then if Rome falls past those 2, I think Chicago, even though they need a defender, if Rome is there, like we talked about earlier, you got to go Rome Odunze. I think that's the pick at 9 if he's on the board.
Do we see Brock Bowers falling out of the top 10 here?
I think there's a possibility.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know. I think people kind of see what the production you get from first round tight ends has been over the past few years, and it's not that fantastic. You can get more production from a wide receiver. I think people are kind of shifting in that direction. I do think if it's going to be the top 10, it's going to be the Jets, but I'm hoping and praying it's not. I think the Colts would then be a logical pick. There's always the 49ers. That was a good mock draft pick we had. But Bengals, they've always needed tight end. But yeah, I could definitely see I don't want to say like a huge fall, but a slight fall.
Tennessee's pick is in the 7th overall pick in tonight's NFL draft. Tennessee, where do they stand as a franchise? What is their goal this year? Where do they pick up the pieces of the end of the Derrick Henry reign as King Henry?
I think the Titans are in a win now mode with Will Levis, believe it or not. And I think that's proven with who they picked up in free agency. They went and got Calvin Ridley. They shored up some pieces on defense that they desperately needed to go and attack. And the problem is they need positions that are premiums. They need an offensive tackle. They need the whole D line needs to get revamped. And could they use a tight end? Brock Bowers could be a potential pick here because Chig Okonkwo has not panned out how I thought he was going to. He's looks like he's going to have that Albert Ogwonkwuenwo, however you say his name, very similar to him. Seems like that's going to happen, but offensive tackle has to be the pick here, in my opinion. Because if you think this offense can work with Will Levis, you need to give him protection because something Will Levis struggled with in college was avoiding pressure. He had one of the highest pressure to sack rates of any of the QBs the past 5 years. And normally that doesn't mean success when quarterbacks get to the next level. If you take a lot of sacks, or at least more sacks compared to your pressure rate, that's not a good sign for QBs. And case in point, Justin Fields, right? Like, granted, his career is not over. He's going to get a year or two behind Russell Wilson, right? Depending on if he gets re-signed. But we saw through the first 4 years of Justin Fields' career, first 3 years, that didn't work out.
The best offensive tackle, based on your big board here, Jordan, looks to be Troy Fautanu out of Washington. How do you think he'll fit into a Tennessee system?
So I think he's got the speed. He'll be under Callahan, who is the son of an offensive line guru across NFL history. So he'll be versatile for them, right? He's got the athleticism. He's got good arm length. He's got size. So he could play left tackle. He could play right tackle. If you needed to move him inside to guard, you could do that as well. So Troy Fautanu is, out of all the guys available to offensive tackle, I think is the most flexible in terms of position. So I think he would fit great for them. I'm not sure what kind of scheme Callahan's going to run there. But if you want to run like a zone scheme, an outside zone scheme, I think Troy's got the footwork and the athletic capacity to do that.
Absolutely.
If they don't go offensive tackle, where do you guys think they're going to go?
I really don't know.
I mean, could they go like linebacker here?
Not this early. No
Not
shot.
this early.
No. There probably won't be a linebacker in the first round this year.
What about like defensive backfield? Like a safety or something?
Safety would still be, if they go Cooper DeJean and move him to safety, maybe that would be really interesting. But I think that's way too
crazy
high
pick. Yeah,
and way too rich. But they do need a safety. D line is a big need, so they could go. I mean, Dallas Turner could be a pick. Byron Murphy, him and Jeffrey Simmons together would be insane.
Yeah.
Johnny Newton isn't getting talked. He's being talked about as a guy who could slide out of the first, and I just don't get it.
That's crazy.
He is the best, probably the best defensive lineman in this class, period. Like, and they're talking about he could slide out of the first. I just don't understand it.
No.
Let's see.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
J.C. Latham, OT out of Alabama.
Damn.
All right. So we are 7 picks in. Wow. All the way down to 22 on the big board here.
Mm-hmm.
So we're 7 picks in, and we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the top 10. No, 5 out of the top 10 guys. Still on the board.
Yep. And just for everyone listening at home, the big board is not where I think guys are going to get drafted, right? That's what the mock drafts are for. The big board
Yeah,
is just who I think projects best as an NFL prospect, right? So, and that's like JC Latham is a good offensive tackle. Do I think he's a top 20 player in this class? No, but top 25 is very good. Like that's, if you're a top 25 player in your class, you're making multiple Pro Bowls. You're probably making 1 or 2 All-Pro teams. You may be a Hall of Famer, right? Like being top 25 is not bad, right? So I don't want people to look like, oh, he's 22nd on my board, but he went 7th overall. Like he could very easily be top 10 on someone else's board, right? Which in the Titans case, that looks like he was top 10 on their board. And again, to my point earlier, guys who I have ranked higher not going to get picked until later. Just how it goes. So,
Oh, Atlanta's pick is already in.
wow. This has to be Dallas Turner then. I have a feel, or Rome.
So before
Rome.
we get into Atlanta, as they make this pick really quickly, JC Latham, what about him? What about him makes him a really good offensive line prospect?
He plays with an incredibly low center of gravity. Like you look at him, he's a massive dude. He's got huge legs. I think he's like 330, if I'm not mistaken. And he plays with the lowest pads in this class, which if the Titans want to get back to running the ball behind Tony Pollard and Tajay Spears and not lose that aspect of their game, you're going to want someone who plays with low pads. He's also, I put it in the write-up, he's got big dick energy. I put BDE, but everyone knows what that means. He is a guy, he is out there and he knows he is the toughest guy on the field and he's not afraid to show it. Like he will, after he's pancaked you, he'll grab you, pick you up and put you back into the ground again. He doesn't care. Like that's the mentality you want in an offensive lineman, is someone who's just going to go in, grab you, turn you into the ground and keep you there until after the whistle blows. Not even to the whistle, but once you hear the echo stop, then he's going to let up and go to the next play. And he's got good pass protecting chops. His footwork's good. His hand fighting is really good. I didn't have too many negatives on him. He did get exposed against Michigan. He struggled against stunts and blitzes against them. So if you only watch the Michigan game, you would think he's not a first round pick. But this is why you have to watch as many games as possible. The only thing I really found wrong with him is that his arms will get really wide, so he may get called for holdings a lot. And then he leans forward when he's run blocking a little too much. You'll see him fall flat on his face. But other than that, like he's really, really solid as a prospect.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the Falcons, the big pre-draft offseason headline for them obviously was picking up Kirk Cousins as their QB. So I don't know. I guess this is a 3-part question. I know I feel like I'm kind of hitting you guys with some loaded questions tonight, but I feel like that's just how I am. So first off, if you're going wide receiver here, how much are you making this pick to both kind of like with how we talk about how the Jets should approach taking their next quarterback? How much do you approach this as taking a guy, if they do take wide receiver, to pair up with Kirk Cousins and then obviously to kind of lead the way maybe beyond Kirk Cousins, if you really, depending on how much longer you think Kirk Cousins is gonna be around for?
I think a wide receiver here for Atlanta feels like a win now pick. Let's load up. They already have a loaded offense. That's no secret. Load up even more. Kirk Cousins throws for 6,000 yards, and let's just throw everybody out of the stadium. We'll just beat everybody with our offense. That kind of feels like what this wide receiver here would be. It's interesting because I think Raheem Morris is more of a defensive guy, so I'm wondering if he's going to lean that way. But for the win now move, in my perspective, is wide receiver.
Yeah, and if you're Bijan Robinson, I mean, how do you balance that offense? If say they do go wide receiver here, now you've got a solid wide receiver, a top 10 pick. You got Kirk Cousins. How do you make sure that a guy like Bijan Robinson still is a relevant part of Atlanta's offense?
I'll let James take that one again because I've been talking a lot.
Wait, we got the pick.
Oh, Whoa. Okay. So the Falcons are going with Michael Penix Jr., the quarterback out of Washington. All right, so let's backtrack a little bit here for another loaded three-part question.
Oh my
So
God.
that wasn't a very win now move, in my opinion.
Wow. So yeah. So what's the mentality here with now you have a QB room of Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix?
Don't you have Kirk for 3 years?
Yeah.
You have 4.
S-
I'm going to see if he has an out in his contract. Hold on. That's absurd. Oh
I'm
my
speechless.
God,
I'm speechless.
dude. Oh, this is taking forever to load.
Oh my God. I
It's,
love how they're
their
showing
website's
that.
probably crashing because so many people are looking at Kurt. Oh. Oh my God. I'm having so much lag.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. We're just at a loss for words right now.
Oh. Well, I heard James go, I'm speaking, and I didn't know if it would cut out or not.
Mm.
No, sorry. I was saying I'm seeing them play that replay of when he was when he was at Indiana, like that really controversial touchdown between against Penn State where it hit the pylon, it kind of didn't hit the pylon. Wow. I feel like we all just got I don't know, spun around or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get it.
All right, so let's talk about it though. Let's try and figure out where this is going to fit. So
I'm typing because I just need. Okay, so Michael Penix is going to be 24 as a rookie. Okay.
Okay.
If Kirk Cousins plays out the entire life of his contract, Michael Penix will not see the field until he is 28 years old.
Yeah.
What the? Oh my! What are you doing, Atlanta?
wow.
Oh,
All right, so the Bears pick is in.
Did they pick the wrong guy from Washington?
Yeah,
Did they mix up?
That's possible.
Arthur Blank is losing it.
So I guess there was a question that I was asking before the pick came in, and I think it's still a little bit relevant here. Is if say now the Falcons later on this weekend they want to end up going wide receiver or another skill position, how do you focus this offense? Do you now talk about Kirk Cousins, or where does Bijan Robinson fit into everything, into whatever plan Atlanta has at the moment?
Yeah, I mean he's certainly a focal point. I would say you don't. I mean, I was going to say you don't spend a first round pick on a guy and not use him, but that was all Arthur Smith did, and now they just drafted a quarterback who might not play in 4 years. So maybe for Atlanta, he's like a distraction. You ever see those plays in high school where they go to the sideline and start barking, and everybody looks at the guy who's barking, and then Drake London is open up right down the field. So maybe it's that, and then Penix is holding the clipboard, and he just is giving a thumbs up. All right, really quick, the pick is in.
All right. Oh, all right. The Bears.
that's
huge.
Pick.
Wow. All right. So they give Caleb Williams, a huge target in Robodunze, the wide receiver out of Washington. So back-to-back Washington Huskies drafted in the first round. Where how do you what is this connection that Williams and Odunze are going to hope to build this season?
This could the Rome and Caleb's connection or Caleb Williams connection is one that could last for over a decade as long as they handle their money right and keep the players right. I think Rome with Caleb will be a number one connection in the league with 3 years.
So, Jets trade to Minnesota.
Oh,
They moved up one pick. Oh God, this is going to be JJ McCarthy.
It's got to be.
Either that or let's see who else they need. Let me look. Team needs. I mean, interior D line. This could be Byron Murphy, and they just wanted to jump the gun and make sure they get him. So I just looked it up. If the Falcons decide to part ways with Kirk after the second year in his contract, it looks like, if I can pull it up here, give me 1 second. It looks like they'll eat $37.5 million in dead cap over the next two seasons after they cut him. So not a crazy loss, but then you're gonna have to turn around and extend Mike Penix and then pay him 3 years later. So you might that is going to be easily the worst pick of this draft from an immediate reaction basis.
Yeah. What the hell, man? That's mind-boggling.
Wow. So there's been a lot that just happened in the last, I want to say 10 minutes. I just want to, for anybody that's just tuning in now, and for anybody that's been listening the whole time or watching the whole time and kind of just wants to get their head straight, let's just recap what we've seen. So Atlanta's on the clock at 8. They take Michael Penix. Okay. Chicago, they take Odunze. And now Minnesota moves up a pick with the Jets, who move down to 11. So now Minnesota is on the clock. Where are they going here? What is their move? What has made them so eager to get up one pick, which now is in?
I wonder if Denver was trying to trade up with the Jets and Minnesota said, nope, we're going to jump the gun and we're going to get ahead of them and make sure we get our guy. They're going to go JJ McCarthy here.
Yeah, I was going to say the Jets were definitely fielding calls and Minnesota was like, we can't lose out on this guy. Well, I mean, I guess we're reaching for quarterbacks, so then maybe they'll just go Bo Nix. Jesus.
Do we have trade details yet?
No, nothing yet. Not that I've seen, at least. I don't have I turned the Jets beat guy that I follow his notifications off.
Yeah, I just turned all of Twitter off.
Yeah. I'm hoping for a second rounder. That'd be cool. Joe Douglas, he cooks with his second rounders.
Gets his coveted second round pick.
Yeah.
As long as he picked up a second for this, then that's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So, assuming this is JJ McCarthy, where did the Jets go at 11?
I think they just got to play it safe and go tackle here at 11.
Yeah, I agree. Simple as that.
I will never be unhappy. I mean, unless we get to a point, unless they get to a point where the Jets really don't need it. But I mean, there has never been a point in my Jets watching lifetime where they haven't needed it. Where like there's just never going to be a point where the Jets pick a first round offensive lineman. I go, oh man, I'm always going to be happy with that.
Yeah,
because they always need it, and they never do it.
That or they're constantly hurt, like Makai and ABT.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the worst commercial on the planet right now, right? The SGA and Chet Holmgren singing commercial.
I think it's funny.
Yeah.
So
I also like I also like the what's it called? The iPhone Don't Let Me Go one. I think
I like that one. I do like that one. I didn't like the singing power outlet. I did
Yes,
not
I
like
was
that.
just going to say that.
Yeah,
no,
but
did not like that one.
yeah, this one maybe it's the auto tune. It's the singer. I don't know what it is, but I enjoy it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's on my Spotify rap this year. It's
There
the
you go.
iPhone song.
Is it on your earbuds? Can we find it on your earbuds?
Yeah, well, those TikToks where it's like, "Hey, what are you listening to?" It's like, "Oh, Apple iPhone 15 commercial."
Well, okay. I didn't think we'd have a time to talk about this on the show, but I've noticed you, James, based on some of your TikTok habits, that you've been a fan of the Royal Otis cover of
Oh yeah,
"Linger" by the Cranberries.
yeah, dude. That set me down a path. I'll tell you that.
Send that to
Wow.
me. I need to listen to that.
I will. Yeah, it's just beautiful, man. I'd never heard the Cranberries version. I mean, equally as incredible and magical. And I saw everyone kind of saying, the Cranberries are kind of an uncoverable band, and then Royal Otis just like did it to perfection.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, it's it has had me contemplating life. Yeah.
Interesting. Speaking of the Cranberries, I really like. You said they're an impossible band to cover. I'm going to get heat for this, but I really like Miley Cyrus's cover of "Zombie." I think that's an incredible cover. I don't know if you two have heard it, but it is.
I have not. No.
It is very good. I did not think Miley Cyrus could pull off a rock sounding vibe, I guess, but she kills it in that.
I think she's so fantastic. I mean, I'm a huge. I wouldn't say that the Cranberries are like impossible to cover. Are we getting close to this Vikings pick being in? I don't want.
We're getting close, but I
talk
think we have a little
Cranberries
more
over the.
We got
This
time.
is more important though.
Yeah.
I really think like "Linger." I wouldn't even say it's like my favorite song of all time. But I honestly feel like it is like the original Cranberry studio recording, like from a a production perspective, whatever, vocals, etc. Like it's just, I think it might be like a top 5 song all time. And it doesn't make them impossible to cover. Like I think there are artists that are like hard to cover because of the way they sound. I think it's just hard to be like, you know what I mean? It's hard to be like, I'm always going to listen to the other one, to the original instead of this cover. But
yeah,
I think Royal Otis kind of gives them a run for their money a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of, they're pretty, I don't want to say identical, but like they hit the same.
Yeah.
And that's important if you're going to cover a song and want it to capture the same sort of emotion.
And you've heard Royal Otis's other cover that kind of really,
Murder on the Dance Floor. That's what kind of put him on the,
okay. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure.
Oh, wait.
All right. The pick is in. See, look, you got SAT prep, music recs.
Yep.
Football analysis.
And now politics. No. Joe Biden said.
Yeah, that Joe Biden, that Kamala Harris, man. So the Trump trial.
Ronald Reagan. No, we're not doing any of that.
Guy might have had it coming. I don't know, but
Will's gonna watch this and be like, Jordan, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, that's too funny.
Oh my god.
All right, let's see.
All right,
I've
come on,
never
buddy.
wanted the Vikings to make an announcement more in my entire life.
Okay. There it is.
All right.
JJ McCarthy
On a short flight.
So we've never had, what was it, 4 QBs in the top 10, and we had 5 this year?
5.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I didn't think teams needed quarterbacks this bad.
No, they did. They did.
One
the
did.
Vikings, the Falcons did not, but whatever.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so JJ McCarthy's hopping on a short flight from Michigan to Minnesota, where is he going to succeed? I mean, how does he kind of fill in Kirk Cousins' shoes here?
I think Kirk will help him with some of the accuracy issues he has, right? Like Kirk gets a bad rep. Like he is an overly accurate quarterback. He just has never done anything with the playoffs and with the and just with doing something, right? Once he gets into the playoffs. But what he'll do is guide Penix, help him with his accuracy, help him with going through his reads and his progressions, because those are the two big issues with Penix, right? Like, and that's why some people said he's not a first round quarterback. Like, obviously he's getting drafted in the first round, but will the play reflect that? Maybe after learning under Penix or learning under Cousins, that'll help out. But Penix is the best quarterback at avoiding pressure in this entire class. I think he had a pressure to sack rate of like 7% or 9% or something, which is incredibly low. So he's good at avoiding sacks. But the next step he needs to take is continuing to process the field. Like he did a very good job against Texas under pressure and hitting his guys in stride. But once he avoids pressure, his throws aren't as consistent. And I think that's the next step he needs to take. And I think Kirk will help with that.
Compensation for the Jets was just a 4th and a 5th.
Wow. Oh,
maybe they'll package that to move up into the second.
Maybe.
Well, the Jets pick is in too as well.
Pick is in.
Wow.
I think this may be Talise Fuaga.
Yeah.
Or Talise,
like the match since the beginning.
Yeah, because he plays the right side. He has guard flexibility based on his size.
He's a little immobile, but I think that'll be fine if he's kicked in at guard.
Yeah, I actually think he's too mobile, right? Like I think he gets to his landmarks in pass pro really quick, but that allows him to get beat on the inside. In the run game, sure. Like he's got heavy feet in the run game, 100%. But in the pass, he almost gets back too quick. At least from what I saw. But I agree, like the heavy feet and run and not being as fast in the run is definitely a knock on him for sure.
Yeah.
So, assuming the Jets go, I mean, the Jets could go Bo Nix here. with how this draft has gone. Hey, we need a quarterback to develop under Rodgers. Oh, here, well, one 24-year-old quarterback already went. Here's another. Like,
if the Jets
honesty,
go Bo
I would
Nix
like
here,
to.
I will buy like 5 Bodacious t-shirts, or like a combination of several Bodacious accessories.
Is that his brand, Bodacious?
That's like I thought it was really fun. I'm not even saying it like it'd be that much of a sacrifice for me. They did a huge campaign for his Heisman hopes this year with Oregon. Like if you were going on ESPN.com and you were looking at like college football scores, 9 times out of 10 the banner ad would just be like Bo with his arms raised in green letters, and it would just say Bodacious on it. So I would totally be down for that to be a catchphrase that moves over with the Jets, but I don't necessarily think they should take him here.
Interesting.
Oh, and they don't.
Oh,
they get their offensive tackle in Fashanu.
Olu Fashanu
from Penn State.
Okay, Jordan, tell me, do I like Olu Fashanu or do I hate him?
Olu Fashanu is good. Olu Fashanu is good. Okay. You're going to like him. The only issue is when is he going to play? Because Tyron Smith is there on the left, and you got Morgan Moses on the right. Where are you going to put Fashanu?
Odds are they'll both get hurt at some point in the season. He will see like 35% of snaps.
Yeah, he'll play, but he should be a day one starter. So why not get someone that has better positional versatility? Like,
yeah, no, that's I agree with you. I think this should have been Fuaga or Fashanu.
Yeah. Fashanu has fantastic footwork. Like there's clips showing it right now. His ability to pick up stunts and mirror defenders is stupidly good. The only knock with him really is he's not a great run blocker. And oftentimes he lets blocks go like within 2 steps of contact. But I think that's because he literally has less than 9-inch hands. His hands are I think my hands are bigger than his, and I don't have big hands. Like
I don't like small hands. I don't know.
yeah, his like you can see his hand on his mom's shoulder right now. Like
Yeah.
it is tiny compared to the rest of his body.
Yeah.
And then we've got
oh,
the Broncos pick is in.
Yeah.
So we just had a trade and then 3 very, very quick picks. So do you guys feel like the moment that Minnesota made their pick, the Jets and the Broncos just pretty much just made their calls immediately?
Yeah.
mhm. Yep.
So this could be Dallas Turner, I think.
Dallas, yeah, because they need an. I like Baron Browning and Jonathan Cooper, but neither of them should be start. Those are both very good edge 2s. Neither of them could be an edge 1. I think Turner has the potential to be an edge 1, with the right coaching, right? And I think a good scheme fit for him would be with the Broncos.
Yeah.
So that could be a good fit. I think that's interesting.
Oh, here we go. They heard us.
Oh, no way.
Is the pick in? Or did
No.
you guys see the pick yet?
It's an Apple commercial.
Oh, that, yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant when they showed Bo Nix on screen.
I was
No,
like,
no,
oh.
no. I'm talking about the Apple commercial.
I did just clear my my Fanatics cart of a ton of Bodacious shirts.
Oh, thank God.
I'm kidding. Wow,
I still,
and
I'm
then
sorry.
they cut the commercial.
I still cannot get over the Falcons pick.
No, I'll be thinking about that for days,
Yep.
weeks even.
Penix I had at 55 on my big board.
Oh my God.
Like, let me see. I have Dallas Turner really low compared to everyone else. I have him at 60 personally, which is, thinking about it now, it's probably a little too harsh, but I just don't see it. I don't see him ever becoming what his draft value will be personally.
Okay.
Same thing with Jared Verse.
Interesting.
I'm trying to think what other potential first rounders are outside the top 50 for me, or guys that like are going to be first round locks. I'm just taking a quick scroll here.
To me, the Penix pick, the worst part about it is that Penix is just a guy that I want to succeed in the NFL so bad, and I want him to succeed quickly. Whatever, let guys take their time and whatever, but I wanted to see him come in and kind of tear it up a little bit, and I just don't know how this pick does that, and I don't know how it helps Atlanta. It's just so strange.
It is. Maybe it's insurance in case Kirk gets hurt, because he did just tear his ACL or Achilles. Sorry.
Of course.
So maybe there's that factor that maybe he doesn't recover the way they want him to. And if he's not, Penix can play right away because he's older and has experience.
Yeah,
maybe.
but you're not going to spend your 8th overall pick on a backup.
Mm-hmm. The difference is like the way I see it, like when Jordan Love was drafted, right? When Patrick Mahomes was drafted, they were young prospects. They were like 20 or 21 years old when they got drafted. So it made sense to pick them when they did, despite the QBs they had on roster. But this guy's going to be 24 as a rookie. And you're paying a QB $180 million over 4 years if he goes that far. Like, what's good for the Falcons is that there's no guarantees after year 2. Like, all the guarantee money is loaded into the first 2 years. But I don't know. And if the Broncos go Bo Nix here, like at least that makes sense because even though I don't agree with it, it makes sense because they need a quarterback, right? The Falcons didn't need one. They had
No.
much more glaring needs than quarterback. And you
I
could
mean,
have
you
gotten
still have a solid backup in Ritter.
Yep.
No, did they
No,
trade Ritter?
Ritter's on the Cardinals now.
Yeah, they traded him. Right. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Ignore me.
Yep. All good. But either way, there are plenty of QBs in this draft who you can pick as backups and develop. Spencer Rattler would have been there in your second round. He's a guy that could have came in and backed up Kirk. And
Michael
you could
Penix would have been there in the second round.
Yes, Michael Penix would have been there. Like, I just don't know, man.
No, it's unbelievable.
Some GMs are going to be losing their jobs.
Yeah, is it a new GM for the Falcons, or is it the same guy still?
I think it's a new guy. Oh my!
Bo Nix.
I'm assuming you guys.
Oh my god!
Yep.
The Broncos are feeling bodacious.
6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks, dude.
Wow. 3 days after drafting, 2 days after acquiring Zach Wilson.
Yeah, that'll be quite the quarterback room they have.
Zach Wilson is the same age as Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And he's played there. I know Zach Wilson hasn't been great, but like, what's the point?
I know Elway isn't like part of the drafting process anymore, but this feels like such an Elway pick.
It is. I wonder if Sean Payton called him like, "Hey, who should I take?"
Yeah, asked him for advice.
So that quarterback room right now, Ben DiNucci,
yep,
Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, Bo Nix. It's pretty elite.
I mean, there can't be another quarterback that right.
Ben DiNucci, back to the UFL you go.
Yeah.
Poor Ben.
Yeah, the Birmingham
He was literally
Stallions,
tweeting about the other day how he he was tweeting about how he had so much more fun in the the XFL when he played. It was still the XFL. And how much more fun he had playing or USFL, whatever he played in.
Yeah.
He was in the
He's
XFL.
in-
He was on the Sea Dragons.
Sea Dragons.
Yeah, that's right. He said it was so
Pick
much
his
more fun than the NFL. And you get your wish, buddy. You'll be
Yep,
back there
careful
soon
what you wish
enough.
for, man. Guess what? They don't pay that well.
And the Raiders pick is in.
Yeah.
So, again, is this another situation where Denver takes Bo Nix and the Raiders are already it gave the Raiders just an immediate
The Raiders went
shot?
down to 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, this is probably OT or corner, in my opinion. Still no defensive player.
Yep, still not. And
It's-
I think my second mock draft didn't have a defender going until pick 16, and I thought that was like really far fetched. And
No,
now it
you know
doesn't seem
ball.
like that. I can't believe that, man. That's friggin'.
Oh, Knicks. Huh.
This will never happen again.
No, we're witnessing history, folks. We appreciate you being here with us.
SAT prep, music recs, NFL picks,
Politics,
history.
What else we got?
How
How about the Mets? Good.
feeling okay. Feeling okay.
Doing
about that.
okay. Yeah.
Doing okay. And that's a lot better than I thought I'd be feeling.
Yeah. No, cooled off a little bit, but
Yeah.
you know, considering how we started, I'm more than happy to be one game above 500.
Proud of you guys. You guys kind of rebounded
Yeah.
after a rough start.
Real rough start, dude. We were
It was-
lost out there.
I thought the Athletics were going to end up being better than
Oh.
you guys this year.
Oh, we're in.
Brock Bowers.
Was it?
Yep.
Oh.
Wow.
What?
That's use him as your slot receiver. Why not?
All right. So break down, Jordan. Break down the skill positions now for Las Vegas. What is that looking like?
So it's going to be Devontae Adams at wideout. Then you're going to have Jacoby Myers as wide receiver 2. Then you have, I think it's Trey Tucker is like your true slot receiver. But then you have Brock Bowers, who is going to be you could put him at tight end 1, but you have Michael Mayer there, who I think will do well as a tight end. But then
Michael Mayer's more the traditional tight end.
Yes, where Brock Bowers will be your slot H-back, put him wherever you want. This reminds me of the Bills taking Dalton Kincaid last year to pair with Dawson
this
Knox.
is exactly that. Yeah. I was trying to think. I'm like, I know there's a team out there that kind of runs 2 tight end real well. The Bills and the Patriots have passed. Interesting. My first reaction was a very loud what, because I was like, Michael Mayer. Like, Michael Mayer is a good player. He's the traditional tight end. If you mention him in the slot, I mean, here they did behind the line of scrimmage pass. A good change of pace from Michael Mayer too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a fine. I think they have bigger needs, but
I
think it's
would
fine
like to
for
see
what
guard
it is.
or tackle like Fatanu or Fuanga fit here really well. It seems like the Saints really kind of have their pick of either of those two now. They can really whoever they value more.
Yep.
Yeah, so as we move into the Saints pick, they have about 5.5 minutes left to go here for pick 14. What's the focus here? Where do you improve on this New Orleans team?
You have to go tackle. Trevor Penning has not panned out, and now Ryan Ramczyk is going to miss all of 2024, it looks like.
Ugh.
And he's going to be 30 by the time he comes back. You need an offensive tackle. And which sucks because you just not wasted, but you used draft capital 3 years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, whenever they drafted Penning. And he is just not he's not even a capable starter. He's a very low level starter who you probably should not be. He makes your team worse because he's on the field. That's where Trevor Penning is. Like,
wow.
The worst player on your team, and I think Marcus Whitman said it. He's that franchise guy on YouTube. I think that's his handle on YouTube. He says it best. Like, the worst player on your team isn't a guy who's on the bench who never sees the field. It's the guy that plays and makes your team worse because he's on the field. That's Trevor Penning for the Saints. And I didn't agree with him being a first-round pick at the time, and I still don't. I think we talked about that when we were going through the draft show a few years back on. I think we did the round robin mock draft. That was the first one we ever did. Yeah. And I was like, that's not.
Yeah, Will had him to the Saints. He got that one.
Yep.
That one right. Yeah, he's like a really in your face kind of asshole alleged personality. And that was kind of getting people fired up about him, I think, when he was coming out of, he was UNI, right? He was Northern Iowa.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And I think that's what got people, like, he was at the Senior Bowl, like shoving people, getting in their face. I think some people saw that and was like, this guy's a dog. We need him. But it turns out he's mean and he's bad.
Yep. And he just holds and twists guys. That doesn't fly in the league, and you're not going to be strong enough to do that in the league.
So Atlanta is the only NFC South team to have made a pick so far tonight. But with the Saints on the clock and, Carolina doesn't have a first-round pick, Tampa Bay is not picking until 26th. What's your outlook, Jordan, on the NFC South in 2024?
I honestly think after seeing the Falcons, we'll have to see how the rest of the draft plays out. But I am actually relatively high on the Panthers. I think getting Dave Canales was an amazing pickup for the offense. Trading for Deontay Johnson and giving up barely anything in return was a wonderful trade because the Panthers had horrible separation from receivers. Like, their receivers couldn't create separation whatsoever. Now you get the guy who's the best at creating separation. You beef up the interior of the offensive line, and not just beef it up, but you get shorter guys so Bryce has an easier time seeing the middle of the field. And then you add a head coach, offensive coordinator who has molded quarterbacks who have struggled. He turned Geno Smith into a starter and earned him a second contract. He helped Baker Mayfield achieve his second contract with the Bucs and get a big deal. And both those QBs played lights out under Canales. Now you give him the number 1 overall pick from a year ago, who everyone has written off. I think the Panthers are going to be the team to win the NFC South, even with how loaded the Falcons are on paper. I don't see. I think they'll go 10-7 and win the division.
It's a
And
typical
Yeah.
NFC South season.
Yep, and they also have a last place schedule they're really going to benefit from that.
Yeah. CBS Sports is reporting that with Bo Nix getting selected, this is the most quarterbacks at 6 in the first 12 picks. This is the most quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks since 1983.
That's crazy. Who were their quarterbacks that year? That feels like
Let's
a Troy
take
Aikman.
look. No, Troy Aikman was 89.
He was 89. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Was this Steve Young?
John Elway,
Okay.
first overall. Todd Blackledge
Oh, yeah.
from
Everybody knows
Kansas
him.
City. Jim Kelly
Okay.
in Buffalo. Tony Eason in New England. Wait.
Shout out Jacob Eason.
No, this wouldn't be Steve Young. Steve Young was later.
Most since 1983. Who did I miss? That's not 6.
That was,
Well,
that was fine.
Well, I think this was the fastest we've ever gotten into 6 quarterbacks in the draft. That might have been the next, and it might have gone into like pick 20 or something to get 6
Oh,
QBs. You know what I mean?
Got it. Yep.
I'm shocked we're almost halfway through the first round and there's only been 1 trade.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a lot more this year. Saints stayed put. Rams. Oh, I mean, there's still time for the Rams, but
I just heard teams were going to be crazy trying to move up to take tackle, and we've had 3 get taken.
yeah, I mean, Atlanta throws this major fork in the whole thing, and all of a sudden you can wait on a guy like for the Jets.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Raiders had planned to take a tackle and then Brock Bowers just kind of fell and they couldn't pass him up.
I mean, that's totally plausible.
Yeah.
I was convinced the Rams were going to trade up and try to get Bowers because that would have been an amazing fit in a McVay offense.
Yeah.
So I think the Saints go tackle here, and not to get ahead of ourselves, but I think the Colts with Brock Bowers off the board are going to take Quinion Mitchell at 15. But not to get ahead of ourselves, but just putting that on the record now. But this is, I mean, Amarius Mims is even an option here, like a young, freakish offensive tackle. He just hasn't played a lot. So
No,
you take
he's got some injury stuff too, I think.
And he got hurt at the combine too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuaga.
Cool.
Okay.
Good pick.
I like it.
Yep.
All right.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah. 100%.
We talked about him a little bit, but you're getting
How many wins does
miss-
Fuaga add to the Saints?
I'll miss
record
what we
season?
never had with him on the Jets.
He'll win them 1 game, if that. That doesn't. But any tackle they take here wasn't going to move the needle. They have more problems outside of that. It was just their biggest need.
Yeah.
Move the needle all the way up to 7 and 10.
Yeah. Get Dennis Allen another year as a head coach.
Mhm.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right.
I remember a few years ago we did like a preseason show, and I was convinced the Saints were going to be like a top 5 team. This is before they got Derek Carr, and it just didn't happen.
Who
And I was
was
very
their
sad.
quarterback?
I want to say it was Jameis Winston, but remember he had like that 5-game stretch before he got hurt where he went nuts.
Yeah.
It was it was the season after that, and he was projected to be the starter. And I forget who ended up starting.
Well, I know what's his face played a little bit.
Andy Dalton ended up taking over because Winston got hurt again, and then Dalton took over.
Yeah, Taysom Hill played a little bit. I know. I mean, he gets his snaps in.
Yeah.
Jordan, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I have been, as a lot of our Loyal House Enterprise followers will know, I also host the Football House show, which is our college football game pick show, and something we've talked about. We talked about ad nauseum throughout the season, and into college basketball season and everything, is conference realignment, and how Oregon State and Washington State are going to be next year the only two members of the Pac-12. Obviously, Oregon State and Washington State have their own, their football programs are great in their own right. But how does the end of the Pac-12 hurt the next couple of years of potential draft prospects at schools like Oregon State, Washington State, where no matter what they do on the field, obviously the strength of their schedule could take a significant hit for a short period of time.
I think that's going to be the key, right? It depends on their schedule. Where like Notre Dame is conferenceless, but they play really good schools, right? So that's why their talent is put at a premium when they come into the draft. So it's going to depend on their schedule. If they end up playing more G5 teams than Power 5 teams, those guys are going to get hurt, right? Like that's why you don't see FCS guys going to multiple FCS players be first round picks, right? Like Trevor Penning was one, Trey Lance was another. You just don't see FCS guys a lot get picked this early, right? And you don't see G5 school players get picked in the first round often, right? So it's going to depend on their strength of schedule, depends on who they play, and that's going to be the basis of it, right? Like, I'm sure you guys have talked about like what the best solution is, but I don't know why they just haven't moved to like a relegation setting like soccer is. You know what teams are great year in and year out. Like have your premier conference, then have your championship conference, and then move the top four up and down, and then have parity that way. Like obviously Bama, Georgia, LSU, all of them will always be at the top, but then you at least then Clemson can play the best teams every year instead of just playing the ACC, who's notoriously slow. You know what I mean? Like you get better football out of that, and then you get to see what teams are actually good and who's not. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So that's just me spitballing, but I know that was a little off tangent. But
did I hear that the Saudi private investment fund is looking to get into college football? Is that a true rumor?
I have no idea.
Because I know that also the idea has been floated out of just a power conference final.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's I think so. What you're talking about with the PIF, that was not really it doesn't really seem like that was any actual plans being put into motion. I think that was more of just like a hypothetical by the Athletic.
Okay.
After what it looks like the Athletic was talking about that around the time that Live and the PGA Tour were working on a merger.
Okay.
And I think when that kind of was the big news, I think people were, and I think there was something about so basically a lot of people were talking about, where else could the PIF possibly make moves. I don't see where there would be room for that in college football. I just don't see where because you're talking about ownership, franchise ownership there, and that's not really how that works in college football. When a college football team is bad, it's you don't go, sell the team, who are you selling it to?
Yeah. I was looking at it if they want this power conference final, who's going to front it? Who's going to put the money forward to it?
The TV companies.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's who's doing it now. So
true. Yeah, that's true.
And the Colts pick is in. The 15th
Colts pick
pick.
is in.
I don't have enough of an opinion to talk about the Saudi investment group.
That's fair.
Let's.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
think-
that's going to be happening in college sports anytime soon.
I think a receiver here would be a super interesting pick for the Colts. I think they go Quinion Mitchell or Quinion, but I mean Brian Thomas Jr., Adonai Mitchell,
Yeah, those are
Xavier
interesting.
Worthy could be a very fun pick to pair with Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
But
Well, let's say out of the 5 best available on your big board here, Jordan, you've got Johnny Newton, Lietu Latu, Quinion Mitchell, Troy Fatanu, Terrion Arnold. Out of those 5 guys, if you had to pick one, who would it be?
Quinion. Colts love uber athletic defenders, and Quinion is that.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Oh,
I don't hate that.
no. 15
I don't
picks
hate
in
it.
for defensive player.
I'm shocked a 23-year-old player is the first defender. Wow, Leatu Latu. That's I like it. I love
Yeah.
Leatu Latu. I'm
Yeah.
just shocked that's the pick. Wow.
Yeah, it seemed pretty certain. It was like corner here for them.
Me too. He's-
Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Well, took 15 picks, but we have our first defender.
That's crazy.
Probably not who any of us really thought it would be either.
No, but my pro comp for him is Jalen Phillips, the very good edge rusher from Miami. Oh,
Yep.
This clip is nasty. The one they're about to show where he beats up on a guard. It funny other teach tape for my defensive line at St. John's, and that's one of the plays I have
Oh,
as
cool.
a part of the teach tape. So that's cool to see that that's the first play they show of him is how quick he wins with his hands.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I love Leatu Latu. He even though he mainly played rush end, he was used all over UCLA's front. He had
Oh yeah,
plays
right there. They
lining
just
over-
put him in. They just put him in coverage, and he got an
Yeah.
interception.
Yep. We'll also put him at nose. They'll play him over the center, even in run situations. They'll put him at 3 tech. Like they play him wherever they wanted. And I think the Colts can get that similar versatility out of him.
All right. Seattle is on the clock with the 16th overall pick. What's the move here?
I think this is
O-line.
Troy Fatano because he's the only offensive tackle left who could play inside.
Yeah.
And like it's on my board. I think he's better than Jackson Powers Johnson and Graham Barton.
How much of a gamble would it be to drop down to Chop Robinson at Penn State from Penn State?
To take him right now or just
Yeah.
to trade down? With Dallas Turner and Verse on the board, I like Chop more personally. I really love Chop Robinson, but I don't know. Chop wouldn't be a horrible pick because he's young. He's only a month older than Dallas, and they're both 21.
Mm.
So I wouldn't hate it. I would like that pick a lot. I'm sure consensus would. I'm sure all of the draft analysts hate that Leatu Latu was the first edge off the board, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was at like plus 1,000 odds to be the first defender taken. You could have made good money off that.
Damn. Yeah. Wow.
Like there's some very good defenders still on the board. Like really, really good defensive players still
Yeah.
there. I think let me see how many defenders I have in my top 20. 1, 2, 3. 4 defenders in the top 20 still available. Top 25. Maybe 2 of them will be first round picks. So 6 guys in my top 25 who could be first rounders are still available. That's insane. I can't believe that pick. This is crazy.
Yeah, that is a historic run on quarterbacks. That
Yep.
might never happen again.
Yep. Wow. So so NFL record 14. The first 14 picks were offensive players. The next closest mark was 7 in 2021.
Yeah.
Wow.
8. Who would have been 8? That wasn't Sertan, was it?
No, Sertan was 9. Was it JC Horn?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was JC Horn, then Sertan. Blank. Justin Fields, Michael Parsons.
Jordan, in a similar way that I asked you about the NFC South, what is your consensus on the NFC West this year?
So 49ers are again going to be very good. I think Seattle will be. Well, it depends how their draft goes because they do need an edge, and Mike McDonald might want to take one here. But seeing how he plugged and played guys in the front 7 during his time with the Ravens, that could be what he does here. I think the best team is obviously the 49ers. I think the Rams, depending on who they draft, because there's some good guys available. I mean, the Rams obviously overachieved. Puka Nacua was a star. Kobe Turner, defensive tackle, rookie last year, not getting talked about enough, was very good. Byron Young, a rookie edge rusher, was very good for them. I thought they were going to be bad, and they just know how to put players in their scheme and have them be effective. So I think the Rams will be, I think it's going to be the same order, except I think the Seahawks are going to come in last, but they're going to be like 7, 10, 8, and 9. Like they'll be competitive. I think the Cardinals will be one win above 500, depending on how the rest of the draft goes. I just love their draft capital, and the fact they're playing a last place schedule really helps them out. But I don't know if they'll make playoffs. I want them to, but they probably won't. So it'll be Rams and 49ers again out of the NFC West, and 49ers will be very good once again. As long as they keep Ayuk. I don't know what's going to happen with him.
Yeah.
But Shanahan will find a way to scheme guys open regardless. So that's what he's done with Debo's entire career, and he's not the most refined route runner out there. Yeah. This is so my mock after the first 4 picks, I have not gotten a single one right. That's crazy.
You went 4 for 4 in the first 4, though?
I went 4 for 4 the first 4, but since then, nothing. Which is normally how it goes. I think 2021, I had the first 5, and then I think I had 2 right the rest of the draft, maybe 1. Yeah, Seahawks. I mean, Troy Fatanu seems to be the pick here, but we've been saying that for the past
like
10 picks.
Minutes.
Yeah, like
my first 4 were right, and then done after that.
Yeah, I think the first 4 was like, barring any trades, was like the easiest to predict. The fact we still only gotten 1 trade halfway through this draft is insane.
Yeah, we are at the halfway mark.
2.5
hours into the stream.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
how many tackles have been taken? 4. Because 4.
No, 5. Right? No, sorry, 4.
Yeah. Because Alt, Latham, Fashanu, Fuaga.
Yeah,
that's it, right?
Yeah. 4 O linemen, 6 quarterbacks, 2 wide receivers, a tight end,
3 receivers.
Rome, yep.
Neighbors, Rome, and Harrison.
Yeah,
tight end,
and then Latu.
That's insane. All right. What do we think Jacksonville is going to do? Because there's
Cooper.
some good corners at 17 left.
If Mitchell and Arnold were off the board, I would say it's Cooper, but
Oh, pick is in.
yep.
I think it's in. I think it's going to be Byron Murphy.
That would be wild. I didn't even think of that as a possibility. Do they really need a D tackle? Let me look. I don't even have that as a need for them, or like a glaring need.
Yeah.
I think they need a corner more than a DT, but who knows? Just announced the pick. I love our troops, but this is the draft. What are we doing?
All right.
Seattle Seahawks pick an F-16.
Just blow up everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk about the Legion of Boom.
Ah, nice.
Nice. Let's see.
Ah,
Okay, good call, Basil. Good
Oh,
call.
is that right?
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Cool.
That's a very, very good call.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a just McDonald,
That's
defensive minded guy.
yeah. Very much just use them how you want to use them. Let's pull up their depth chart because I did not have DT as a big need because they have Leonard Williams, who I know is older,
Yeah.
but they still have him. Trade
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Minnesota moving up. Oh, this
Another
might
one,
be
okay.
Johnny Newton here.
Wow.
And that was with
This
Jacksonville.
might be Johnny. Yeah, they traded
Yeah,
with
Jacksonville's
Jacksonville.
down to 23
Jacksonville
now.
now owns the 23rd. overall. Seeing that no corners are taken, why trade back and still get a corner you like?
Yeah, why not?
I don't hate that.
I mean,
Let's
they're
see.
really falling.
So
And the pick is already
I
in.
guess they need a D tackle. So they, oh my god. So the Seahawks have Leonard Williams, who's on the older end. They have Draymond Jones, who they acquired in the Russell Wilson trade.
Right.
They have Jaron Reed, who's he's okay, and then Jonathan Hankins as their DT4. Like they have two good D tackles and then two other serviceable ones. I don't hate the pick, but you had bigger needs. You need interior offensive linemen, and Fatanu's right there. Even Graham Barton's going to be a really good guard or center if you want to move him there. This is why I'm not an NFL GM.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because you didn't want to take 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks.
Yeah. And here I am sitting on my ass just watching guys on.
Hey, we're having fun.
Yeah.
Talking politics.
And now that we're halfway through the first round, if you are also having fun with us, make sure you follow us on all of our socials down here on the banner below. Our X/Twitter on the house_ent. That's the house_ENT. On Instagram at house.enterprise. And then on the web at house-enterprise.com. Obviously, we're on a couple other places. We're on YouTube. We're on, we've got all of our own personal socials that we'll throw up here at some point. later on tonight. But those are the three main spots where we're getting we're giving all out the majority of our impeccable coverage. And let's get back to Minnesota. It looks like they're taking Dallas Turner, the edge rusher out of Alabama.
Yeah.
So another edge rusher. How does this? Where does this put Minnesota now?
So let's look at their depth chart. So I did have edge as a need, but I had it as the lowest need they had to fill. Let's see who they have. So they just spent free agency money on Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel, and Jihad Ward. Or Jihad. I shouldn't say Jihad, but I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name.
Thought we weren't getting
now you
political,
take
man.
Dallas Turner. So Flores loves to move defenders around, and I think Dallas has good size to give them that versatility where he can play wherever on that defense. He'll be the full-time edge, and they'll rotate Grenard and Van Ginkel. And Dallas Turner can drop into coverage, which that's what Flores loves doing with his defenders. He loves dropping them into zones from an on-the-line alignment. So 2 trade-ups for the Vikings in this draft. I wonder what they had to give up to move up to
get this one,
to move up to 17. But
yeah,
that's an interesting pick, Dallas Turner at 17.
very cool.
So what do we think Bengals are doing here?
The offensive line, is that still a need there? I feel like they're like the Jets where it's every single time there's a draft, it's like, oh, we need some more protection.
Well, they just got Trent Brown from
that is right. They have both their tackles figured out.
Yep, and the interior line is good enough. I don't think they take one here, but they might. They need a D tackle after
Johnny
they lost
Newton?
DJ Reader.
Yep.
So Johnny Newton is an option.
Yep.
They need a corner, and seeing that no corner has still been taken, this could be the time. I think they would want someone like Terry and Arnold here. That could be a pick. They need a wide receiver 3 and potentially a wide receiver 2 with Higgins.
Yeah.
Potentially.
So Brian Thomas, interesting LSU
Brian
fit
Thomas
there
could
with
be a pick.
Jamar Chase.
Yep. I still think Xavier Worthy is going to be a first-round pick because how do you run the fastest 40 ever? And not that was like, oh, wow, he ran that fast in 40. Because if you look at his tape, he's fast, but he has young and has been productive every year of his college career. So it's like, you know what I mean? Are we getting a movie trailer mid-draft?
Yeah, we are.
That's crazy. What is this, the Fall Guy?
Fall Guy.
Oh. Fall Guys is a very fun video game. For those,
I played a lot of that, like COVID, I think, is when it was really starting to pop off.
We still play it, me and our buddies, because we're tired of COD, and we just need something to make us laugh, and that makes us laugh. That and Among Us, we've been playing a lot.
Dude, Among Us was a lot of fun in peak COVID, too.
It still is fun, especially like when you work together.
We're talking Among Us?
Yeah. Among Us and Fall Guys, because we're watching the Fall Guy trailer.
Based off of the game.
Yeah.
That's funny. No drinkies for either of you two tonight?
Not tonight. I had
water.
I had my first men's softball league game last night and had a couple beers over there. So
there you go.
Take tonight off.
Nice.
How'd you guys do?
Good. We won 9-8. I went 2 for 3 with 2 singles and scored a run.
There you go.
Yeah.
What an athlete.
Like I never left.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
You doing any sports leagues, Basil, outside of the grind?
Yeah, actually, now while the Bengals pick is in, I'm actually in a kickball league
Nice.
down in Lower
Cool.
Manhattan with some of my coworkers. So that's been pretty good, and we're
Very
good.
cool.
So
Mhm.
that's
That's helpful. Yeah.
a little cherry on top there. It's pretty fun even when you're losing, I have to admit.
Mhm.
But it's winning is just a little extra more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's fun because there's that guy who's gonna go to kick a ball and he's gonna whiff and it's just gonna like teeter off the side of his foot and that's gonna
Yeah.
those are good for some laughs, 100%. What part of Manhattan are you in? Or are you even in Manhattan?
I live so the league I play in is in Lower Manhattan. It's on the East River Park.
Yeah.
But I actually live in Astoria, in Queens.
Oh, got it. Okay,
Yes.
that's like Queens area, right?
Yep.
Around there, got it.
It's like it's like northwest Queens, I guess. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
close to the, it's like, right on the East River.
Yeah, just helping our viewers at home because as a native New Yorker, I definitely know that. So just
Well,
helping you guys at
sometimes
home.
it's like you can't expect, just because you're from New York to, I feel like if you're from Long Island, if you're from the area, you should probably know where the boroughs are at
Yes.
least.
Yeah.
But
At least.
sometimes the neighborhoods can get a little tricky.
Well, yeah, Joe Burrow's in Cincinnati. I don't know what other boroughs there are, but it's such a stupid
That was
joke.
good.
That was good.
Are there any other famous boroughs?
Burrow.
There's Robert De Niro, but like that doesn't count. He's a De Niro.
Nope, that does not count.
Yeah, that doesn't add up.
Riveting draft coverage right now.
Burrow.
Actually, before we get back into the draft coverage, speaking of boroughs, I was out with some people one time in Manhattan, and we were talking to this other group of people, and this guy, I was like, "Oh, so where you live?" He's like, "Oh, I live right here in the East Village. It's great. I love it." I was like, "Oh, that's nice." I was like, "I live in Astoria." He's like, "Oh, where's that?" I was like, "Oh, it's in Queens." And he goes, "Queens? Where is that?" And I was like, the river? It's on the other side of that. But
Jesus.
Yikes.
that's not the borough that the Bengals are concerned with right now. They're concerned with their own guy, Joe Burrow.
Fucking seamless
So
transition right
Great transition. That was awesome.
how are they? The pick is in. It looks like the commish is coming out to announce it right now. Where do you go here? Do we again say you want to go Fatanu?
Get this poor man drafted.
Yeah.
But I would say,
That's-
yeah, Johnny
that's
Newton
not-
maybe.
That's not a bad pick. Move him into guard. Have the tackle flexibility once Trent Brown inevitably gets hurt. That's not bad. Not bad at all.
Here we go.
I'm trying to think. Who else? I mean, Johnny Newton's my top guy. Quinyon Mitchell could be the pick here. Terry and Arnold.
Oh, I like this.
All right, nice.
Amarius Mims, the OT out of Georgia. All right, two.
That
Right, that makes
seems
that
like-
two Bulldogs
Yeah.
and two Bulldogs
So
that
far in the
played
draft?
very, very close to each other.
All right, Jordan, why is Amarius Mims a slam dunk pick for the Cincinnati Bengals?
When he's healthy, he is probably off the best offensive tackle in this class. He's on the younger side. Let me pull up my notes because I was floored by his tape. He's massive. He's almost 6'8" at 340 pounds and moves like he's 310 pounds at 6'3". So his fluidity is insane. He's a very good pass protector. And I think he had just over. So there's pass sets and then there's true pass sets. When Because a pass that could be on play action, it could be on an RPO, it could be on quick game where you're just taking a side step, you can get it out quick in a tight window. So your true pass set is when you're taking like multiple kick steps back for the listeners at home. He had about 100 true pass set snaps, and I think he allowed 0 pressures and like didn't even lose a pass rush. Like you can lose a pass rush and not allow pressure. I think he lost maybe 2 pass rushes in true pass sets. He locked down defenders as a pass protector, and he is an awesome run blocker. Like the best in his class on a film basis, regardless of all the red flags. The only issue with this play that I had is his eyes will get lost in pass pro when teams are stunting or sending blitzes at him. So his eyes will get a little lost, but that's coachable. Like you learn that with experience. But the injury bug is something that I'm not sure I'll be able to get over.
I was gonna say, how big is that if he's on the field?
So he's played, I think we mentioned this earlier, but I'll reiterate it here since he was picked. He's played less than 700 snaps. That's a great ticker, by the way. So less than 700 snaps over the past 2 seasons and played less than 800 his entire college career. For reference, Troy Fatanu played almost 900 snaps this season alone. So he has he has 1 season of production snap-wise over 3 seasons. So not great.
No,
I think I would feel better about the injury thing if he didn't hurt himself at the combine running drills. And he didn't even get to the drills part. He was just doing the testing, and he hurt himself. Like, I don't know if I'm ever going to get over the injury thing, which is so unfortunate because when he's healthy, he is a top 5 player in this class. No question.
Yeah.
But based on the injuries, I can't put him in my top 30 because that's such an – and you could argue that for any player. Like Tank Dell never got hurt in his college career and had a freak injury when he was blocking in the NFL. Like, it can happen to anybody. Like, there are guys who have been hurt every year in their college career. Puka Nacua could never stay on the field for a full season and does it his rookie season. And won Rookie of the Year. Like, and had the best rookie receiving season ever. Didn't even just win Rookie of the Year. Was the best rookie receiver ever. So, like, but more often than not, the guys that get hurt in college also get hurt in the pros.
So the pick is in for the Los Angeles Rams, who I don't know if anyone watching just saw, but they cut to the football field that they set up on the beach.
Yeah, that looked
in LA.
That was just rubbing it
really
in.
Cool.
That was just rubbing it in.
Hey, it's getting warm. It's getting warm.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We served our dues. We're getting there.
So this is I feel like LA is kind of in a weird spot here because I feel like if the quarterbacks just didn't, go flying out the gate this early in the draft, could you see them taking a quarterback at 19 here? I don't see it now, but if maybe Michael Penix was still available, would that have been a possibility?
I think so. I would have to refamiliarize myself with Stafford's contract.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking more of Stafford, regardless of his contract.
Just age.
His contract, actually.
Age, yeah. Also,
I know his age is up there.
Rams
So he's in the last 2 years of his deal, it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a potential out in 2026.
Yeah. He's got 3 more years on it, but that dead cap is crazy for this year if they cut him. They won't, but that's a massive dead cap. $86.5 million.
Oh my God.
That's disgusting.
They're going defense here.
They are?
Yep, they're going Jared Verse.
It's not announced on my end yet. Are they actually? How'd you get that? It's not up on my screen yet.
I'm just connected.
Oh, did they announce it on
they say
Twitter?
Queens is the center of the world, so like
Yeah, true. Everything goes through Queens.
Everything actually goes through specifically my apartment.
I think that's a fine pick. I'm shocked they went defense in the first round. Because this is the first round pick Sean McVay's ever had.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was convinced they were going offense here. Wow. So still no corners.
No. What a fall for the corners.
This has to be an offensive lineman for the Steelers. And there's 3 really good ones still available.
Yeah.
Fatanu's still there, right?
Yep.
That's
Fatanu, Jackson Powers Johnson, Graham Barden.
Tyler Guyton.
Still there. Let me see if there's any other like straggling offensive line. Tyler Guyton's up there. Zach Frazier, he won't go this early, but Zach Frazier, he's a center out of West Virginia. He's very good. He won't be a first rounder, but Christian Jones I have at 42 on my big board.
You were talking him up earlier.
Jordan Morgan is an interesting prospect out of Arizona. He's someone with guard flexibility. He's someone whose name is floated around the first round, but not this early. So it could happen, though. There's an abundance of offensive. I'm shocked we haven't seen more offensive linemen go. Because
one has to go here, right?
It'd be malpractice for the Steelers not to, unless you take Brian Thomas Jr. here. Then yeah. But like. I'm shocked. Friggin' what's his face? That Cam Jordan is the pro comp here.
Interesting. I don't know if I see that.
I see that with Darius Robinson more so, but what was the comp I had for? Oh, I had athletic Cleveland Farrell is my comp for Jared Verse.
Okay.
Yeah. Got Cleveland Farrell vibes, but Farrell was a horrible athlete, testing wise. So, but he had he used good technique, where Verse is similar. He uses good technique and he's stupid strong for no reason. I think I mentioned it earlier. His bull rush is filthy. So him and Byron Young on opposite ends is going to be wild. That's going to be really solid for them.
All right, so we're thinking offensive tackle here for Pittsburgh, or interior.
I'm thinking interior and move Fatanu to guard.
Okay.
Or you could even, Fatanu could probably start over Dan Moore Jr. right now at left tackle. But
yeah.
We'll see if they do that.
What was your impression of Broderick Jones in his first year?
He was underutilized, that's for sure. Because he was good when he played, but he was like, he's a rookie. He needs to sit. I wonder because I didn't see too much of it. I watched enough games to see that he was better than the other two guys. Because who was it? Chukwumua Okafor was the other tackle they had there. Yeah. And he was clearly better than him. Let me see. And again, I know for the people at home, PFF's not good at what they do. Relax. It's a tool. I'm going to use it. I want to see what his PFF grade is and how he did from their perspective. Because, even from watching college tape, I would see grades because you can do game-by-game grades with the premium subscription. So I would watch guys and I would love their tape. And then I would go to the PFF grade. I'm like, how is this not above a 70? Because 60 is their 60 is their starting number essentially. So if you get a 60, that means you're average. So it's not like school where 60 is failing. 60 is average for PFF. 70 is good, 80 is great, 90 is elite. So anything over 90 are like Aaron Donald. I don't think he's had a season below 90, or had a season below 90 in his career. Yeah. Just super dominant. All right, let's see. Let's go.
Pick is in.
Position.
Pick
Let's
is in.
go. Pick is in.
Oh man!
saw it?
Finally.
You saw it?
Yep.
Let's go. Well,
Fatanu?
Fatano.
please
Nice.
don't. Oh yeah,
Nice.
it's
That
gotta be
makes me happy.
Fatano. Okay. So according to PFF, so Broderick Jones actually had a horrible pass block grade for them at 47.6. Yikes, that's not good. So he had 450 how many? Oh my god, that's a stupid pressure rate allowed. Ugh. He allowed pressures on 7.5% of his pass sets. That's disgusting. That is horrible.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Let's see. Who was there? Let's compare that to another tackle in the league. Who allowed the most pressures? We can compare it to that. Ooh. Okay. All right, let's do this. So Colton McKivitz, who is a horrible pass protector for the 49ers, had an 8.5% pressure rate allowed, so 1% higher.
Mm-hmm.
Who had the best? Minimum block snaps. Let's go.
You, baby.
Shit.
No mountain high enough. Ain't
Great song.
no.
So with Fatanu, on the Steelers, we've got on your big board, Jordan. The highest remaining player is Johnny Newton, the interior defensive lineman from Illinois. Where do you see him going? Is he still a late first round option for you?
I think so. Oh shit. Hold on. I am trying to update the big board. And why is that italicized? Thank you. So there's a couple different teams. So Miami here at 21 could take him because they just lost Christian Wilkins and they need a D tackle. But the problem is they also need interior O-line, and there's two very good ones here at 21, right? So there's that. The other side of me hopes he falls to the Cardinals, assuming Chop Robinson is not on the board, because I'd rather have Chop than, even though I have Johnny Newton higher, from a team needs standpoint, I would prefer Chop because we have a bunch of D tackles we can rotate. We don't have edges right now. So I want to see that. Let me see who else needs a D tackle. Minnesota did, but they obviously traded up. Miami is a team that needs one. There's really San Fran, but they need O-line more. That's really it. I think the Cardinals are really the Cardinals and the 49ers are the only teams that could really use him, and the Dolphins. So, and seeing that the Cardinals need a edge guy more, if Chop Robinson's there, you take Chop over Johnny, in my opinion. But
interesting.
We'll see. I don't know. It's going to be a very, very tough call to see if he's going to end up being your first rounder or not. But again, 20 picks in, still no corners off the board is wild. So I'm just happy Troy went in the top 20.
Same.
Thank God. So who is still available in my top 20?
Johnny Newton.
It's the two centers.
Quinion Mitchell. Terry Arnold.
Corners,
Jake
Johnny
Jackson.
Newton.
Powers. Whatever. Graham Barton. Kool-Aid? 20?
He's 17, yep. Kool-Aid, Brian Thomas, and Cooper DeJean.
Okay, all right.
This is crazy. That's how this board has fallen today. There's a good possibility that two of the guys I have in the top 20 aren't getting drafted in the first round, which is insane, but that's just how it is. Look at this. Oh, I love that play. The one they showed of Fitanu where he cleans out the corner on a tunnel screen. Just crazy.
Oh, wow. You really stayed with that guy.
Yeah. Solomon Bird is not a bad edge rusher out of USC. He's a day 3 pick for sure, but he is a fascinating prospect in terms of like how he uses his hands. He's a horrible athlete though. I think he's 240. And not that the 40 is everything for defensive lineman, but I think he ran like a 4.98 or something like that. He might have even ran 40 in the 5s, which is like, if the 40 isn't good, that's fine. Like elite, like hopefully he did well in the agilities. No, his agilities were horrible too. Like, like historically bad for his size.
Just gotta hope he plays fast.
Yeah. Which there's moments of it on tape that like he's explosive enough.
Yeah.
Just insane.
So we're approaching we're at the under 2 minute mark for Miami. What's Miami's philosophy here?
Oh,
Pick is already in.
Wow.
I think you got to go one of the 2 interior linemen on offense or Johnny Newton. It's got to be one of those 3. And if it's not, I give up because I don't know anything apparently. I mean, it could be Brian Thomas Jr. or Xavier Worthy because we know how Mike McDaniel loves his speedy receivers.
yeah, that's true.
So that could easily happen.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh boy.
While we're waiting for Miami to come in, there was something I wanted to talk about a lot earlier in the broadcast, but we got cut off. Jordan, we were talking about how Dylan is spending his draft weekend. Should he get the call at any point, where is the first spot in West Hampton Beach that he's going to go that you would want to go celebrate with him?
That's a really that's a good question. There are plenty of places. It's just this time of year, it depends on what's open, right? And how the weather is, right? So
of course,
let me look at the weather and I will get back to you because if the weather's good, there's a spot on Dune Road that is. I had my 21st birthday there, and it was. Let's just say I forget the back half of my 21st birthday.
Gotcha.
So
because you fell asleep.
Oh yeah, totally. I fell asleep.
Yep.
So it is going to be a brisk 55. So on the water, that's going to be like 45. So the anything on Dune Road is out. Where would we go? So there's a really good pizza place called Mary's. It's out in Spionk, which is like 5 minutes from West Hampton, and it's closer to where they live than where I am. But it's again 5 minutes. So Mary's makes really good pizza. Dylan's dad is really good friends with the owner, so we should end up going there. I would think. I'm trying to think of where else. There's a bunch of places on Main Street in town that are very good. There's some good places out in Hampton Bays that are 15 minutes from us. I just don't know if it would have the space to have everyone that would go there. But if the weather was nice, John Scott's on Dune Road is a fantastic place to go for drinks and good grub food. And on Monday nights in the summers, they have 50-cent wing night, which is amazing.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Wow.
There's nothing more football than a 50-cent wing night.
Exactly. 20 bucks for or $10 for 20 wings. That's a joke. So when I was home in the summers, we would go every Monday night, and a group of us, we would just get 100 wings, and we would split it, 5 ways. Like, super, super fun to go out to. Okay. I like how you're giving us hints in the chat rather than just saying it before it pops up on the stream. Appreciate that.
I'm not saying anything.
So, I mean, they could. I don't think they would go corner here, but they could. I don't have corner as an immediate need because they have Kader Kohu, who's a really good slot defender. Obviously, they have Jalen Ramsey. They have Cam Smith, who they drafted in the second round last year, who's going to be an outside corner. So if they go corner, I'll be surprised. But Quinyon Mitchell is there. So let's see. They don't really need an edge. At least not in my opinion, they don't need one. Because they just signed Shaquille Barrett. They got Chubb and Phillips as the starters. DT seems to be the need here if they're going defense. Safety, they're fine. Oh, they also got Kendall Fuller, so they definitely don't need a corner. This has to be Johnny Newton. And if it's not, I quit. I will never break down a draft alive ever again. That's a lie. I'll be here every year, but
it's too fun.
Yeah, we're here to the end of time.
Yep.
While we're waiting for that pick to come in, we still got some time, right? Yeah. We got a viewer question from John Nicolini. What's up, John? Thoughts on the Giants getting the best wide receiver in the draft at 6? Yeah, look, I mean, the Giants got the weapon. I think the focus was, I think we were a little bit focused on at the time, the fact that they, on whether or not they were going to get a quarterback or what. But yeah, I mean, look, we talked about it earlier in the night. I thought that maybe Ohio State had a shot at, kind of upending LSU's reign as wide receiver U. But I think Neighbors proves that, LSU is not ready to relinquish that title anytime soon. So, yeah, solid pick for the New York Giants. But let's get back to Miami because it looks like they are taking Chop Robinson, the defensive end from Penn State.
Wow.
Now I have to go look at Bradley Chubb's contract. He signed a 5-year. Why would you have 4 edge rushers? Oh my God.
So it seems like you feel like Miami's going to be a little bit crowded in the, on the defensive line. Where do you think that's going to cause problems for them? Whether that being, just the position being crowded at edge, and where in turn are they going to kind of come up short on defense by not going somewhere else with this pick?
So look from their depth chart, right? They have Zach Seiler inside, who's a good D tackle. He's a good 3-tech rush D tackle. They have Deshaun Hand, who is not lived up to expectations, but he's fine, I guess. They have no depth after that. Where at least at edge, you had Shaq Barrett, who's a proven veteran who can help out in pass rush, and Bradley Chubb can come off the field. Or you can move Chubb inside for pass rush. So you had options at edge. I love Chop Robinson. I just don't get the pick. Bradley Chubb's on a stupid long contract. Yep, Shaq Barrett's on a 1-year deal, and he's on the older end. So Chop will be his replacement. But even then, you're going to have Phillips and Chubb together for years. So Chop's not going to get a whole lot of burn unless you're going to trade Chubb and just eat the contract. Yep, you can never have too many pass rushers. I agree. But when you draft a quality pass rusher like Chop Robinson, when you already have Jalen Phillips, who's quality, Bradley Chubb can flash, Shaq Barrett has made a ton of money being a good pass rusher. Like, you can't put all 4 of them on the field at once unless it's 3rd and 20. Like, you need a D tackle who can stop the run on early downs. And Johnny Newton does that. I just don't understand. There's been a lot of picks that I just don't get. And again, that's why I'm not a GM. That's why I do this shit for fun. Like, it's just, I thought last year I had a lot of questions about some picks. This year it might be even more.
Yeah, there are a few head scratchers here tonight.
Yep.
Started off pretty early.
The first 7 picks, I was like, this is going to be great. This is awesome. And I feel like since the Falcons pick, I've been like, anyone I've said has not been picked at that spot.
Yeah.
Like,
shout out again to shout out again to John Nicolini, who was asking us some questions. And, for the folks that are everyone else that's watching, please feel free to hit us with any questions you got about picks that have already happened, picks that have yet to come. We're here hanging out, and we're hanging out with you. So please allow us to, answer any questions you got. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yes, sir. Oh, I was just talking about I feel like all the picks since the Falcons pick have not. The only one that's really not taking me by surprise was Rome Odunze for the Bears. So I'm curious I think Quinyon Mitchell is the pick here because Fangio loves his off coverage zone match corners. and that's what Quinyon does best. I don't know if the pick has been shared on socials yet, but that seems like it would be the fit. If they pick Nate Wiggins, I just don't see him as a scheme fit for the Eagles with Fangio. But who knows? I've been wrong about every breakdown before the pick comes in since the Falcons. So
Thank you, brother.
Tuesday.
Thank you, brother. Special teams, special plays,
What's
special
up,
players.
brother? He's announcing a pick at some
Yeah,
point.
he's going to be announcing the Texans pick later on. Not tonight, though, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, they don't have a pick tonight.
It'll probably be like a day 3 pick because James Strohs did. Because they usually have the
Chiefs,
NFL legends and current players do the day 2 ones, and then prominent media fans in day 3. So
Gotcha.
James Strohs did the 7th round last year for the Chiefs. And now it'll be Sketch. I would assume 6th or 7th round, maybe higher because I think he's picked up a lot more steam than James Strohs had last year.
Yeah. They keep showing, and he's at. I feel like he's at every draft. He might not be at every single one, but I feel like almost every year now for the past couple of years I've seen him. That Philly fan where he paints his face and he's got the mohawk.
Mm-hmm.
They got to have him do a pick at some point, right?
I think he has. I could be wrong.
If he hasn't, then come on,
Usually a super fan like that, they'll have him do a pick.
Yeah, I think Fireman Ed has definitely done one.
Oh, absolutely. That Philly guy too, he'll do deep cuts. He was following what were they called? The Philadelphia Stars during the USFL when they made the final.
Oh.
Right, here we go.
Oh boy.
Oh, I don't want to hear a fucking speech, man. Come on.
You can always tell how much more drunk Roger gets throughout the night when he stumbles over his words more and more as we get towards the end of the
shirt
round.
Comes a little more unbuttoned.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I noticed the shirt was unbuttoned.
Last year he got really drunk last year, it seemed like.
This is gonna be a good one.
It's his right. It's a long night.
Honestly, he's made some really, really good changes to the league over the past 5 years.
Yeah. No, he's nobody wants to like him, but he's good at his job.
Yes. I think out of all the commissioners, he's top 2. I
agree.
Of the current commissioner, I think Adam Silver's number 1. He still has his issues, but I would say Adam Silver's 1 and then Goodell is 2.
Yeah, it's kind of a battle for last between I forget the hockey one. His name.
Gary Bettman.
Bettman, yeah.
Hey, maybe because we don't know his name, he's doing something good, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but Manfred is, just has his opening day for his season at 6 a.m. in the morning in Korea. That's a great idea, buddy.
There it is. Yes.
There we go.
We got one right, boys.
All right.
We got one right, boys.
Let's go.
Oh, the off-press zone corner. Oh, dude.
September. Nice. A little Earth, Wind, and
All
Fire.
right. Yeah. Just whatever comes to mind, you know.
Whew.
All
It's-
right.
So, who do we think Jacksonville takes at 23?
Give me Coop. Maybe Teron Armstead, right? Armstead.
Teron Armstead, Terry and Arnold.
Teron Armstead, Terry Arnold.
Look at, oh my God. That's a filthy play by Quinyon there.
So is he going to be able to translate to the NFL after only playing MAC competition?
Yes. And yes. He showed that at the Senior Bowl. He can take on top level competition and dominate. He locked down some of the best receivers. Like Roman Wilson was like the best receiver there by far, which like you look at this class and you're like, oh, well, that's not saying much, but like Roman really shined there. I don't think he had a single catch against Quinyon. And it was at the point. So Devontae Walker coming into the Senior Bowl was a potential first round pick. And Quinyon shut down every guy he faced. Devontae Walker came out and said, oh, I want to go against Kalen King in a one-on-one. Like, he let him pick who he wanted to go against, and he picked arguably one of the worst corners there. Like, and Tez had a really, really rough Senior Bowl week. Like, they were purposely targeting him in the Senior Bowl game because he did so bad throughout practice, and they wanted to get his confidence up.
Oh, no.
And it honestly hurt his draft stock a lot, how bad he did at the Senior Bowl.
Ugh.
I wish I could say I liked his tape and like I can at least fall back on that, but his tape's not that good either.
Damn.
So
what? He's day 3 now.
Most likely, some team might take him in the 3rd round just because of the athletic upside. I think he hit like 22 miles an hour at the Senior Bowl one day.
Oh, wow.
Like he's really fast and he's big. But Quinyon will especially in a Vic Fangio system, his skill set will be maximized for what he can do. Because sorry, go ahead, Basil.
No, you keep going.
Because when we talk about corners, there's a trait that we call click and close ability, which is essentially from your drop back, how fast can you close space? And we call it click and close because like you're clicking your feet together to like get down. Like how fast is that transition? And he has the fastest, and not just the fastest, but the smoothest. Like if someone hits a double move on him, he can quickly bite on the first move and then bail once the second move happens. Like he very rarely gets beat on double moves. At least from what I saw. Let me double check my notes to make sure that's accurate. But with the click and close ability, the only 2 issues I had with him, he would undercut his zone coverages, so he wouldn't get too deep enough in his zone drops.
Okay.
And then his open field tackling sucks. That's the only other thing I had on him. But his raw coverage ability from off looks is ridiculously sharp.
As we're
which is
getting
why I
ready
had him
to-
ranked so high.
Oh, sorry. As we're getting ready to announce Jacksonville's pick, I want to point out that we are in the final 10 picks of the first round. So once again, we're approaching the final third of our show here. And again, thank you to everyone who's watching right now. We've got 42 viewers across all platforms. That's both on YouTube and on X. And we're still here. We're hanging out. We've probably got about like another hour to go. So if you like this show, if you want to, give us a retweet. Send this stream to all your friends, all your family who's watching the NFL draft right now, or anybody that you think would love some, great football analysis, great SAT prep, et cetera, from us here at House Enterprise.
Yeah. Get it all with us.
So Jacksonville, where do they go here? What's the move?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan. My understanding is that they're very defensive back needy.
Yes, especially a corner. because they really only have Tyson Campbell as a viable starter for them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they need is corner. And with Quinyon Mitchell gone, I think Terry and Arnold is the move here. They might go Nate Wiggins, just for the man coverage ability and the speed. But
Let's see.
Terrian's the top corner available.
Wow.
Oh, they went receiver?
Interesting.
Wow.
I guess they lost Calvin Ridley.
Brian
I
Thomas
honestly-
Jr.
And they needed a wide receiver one. Like
Yeah,
Christian Kirk is a very good slot receiver. Gabe Davis is your deep threat.
Yeah.
Zay Jones is a good possession guy, but you don't have an X. You don't have I'm the guy the offense is going to be fed through, and Brian Thomas can do that. So Jax. Nice. Oops. If I could type tonight.
So we talked a lot about the NFC South. We talked about a lot of divisions, but the first division that we really broke down was the NFC South. And now I want to flip over, obviously, now that the Jaguars made their pick and with the Cowboys on the clock, the AFC South. Is this who's on top here? I mean, I feel like both South divisions usually are kind of, it's like whoever's 9-8, 10-7.
Yeah.
Just gets right in with the division. But what can a team like Jacksonville do to kind of change that reputation of the division?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you asked me a year ago, I would say Jacksonville kind of it's their division for a little while going forward. Then all of a sudden, Texans get a guy like C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, get a coach with his head on straight. All these veterans around their young quarterback now. I'm kind of saying what I would have said about Jacksonville last year. I'm saying that now about the Texans. I mean, I think Jacksonville has the quarterback. Trevor Lawrence is good. I think he gets a lot of hate because he was one of those once-in-a-lifetime quarterbacks when he was coming out of college, and he's certainly not like that in the NFL at the moment. It's also almost time for him to get a deal, so that rookie contract for him is closing that window. I think this could be a Texan-heavy division for many years to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's like I said, like CJ Stroud was number 4 on my board last year, and I got some people like, well, it's an Ohio State quarterback. Ohio State QBs never pan out, or like, oh, he had the best supporting cast in college football. Like he was surrounded by talent. Like if you can ball, you can ball. It'll show up. Like, and it showed up. Was he rookie of the year? Or was that Puka? Puka was rookie of the year this year, right? Yeah. So like, CJ Stroud could have been rookie of the year.
No,
you know
it was
what I mean?
CJ.
Oh, was CJ?
Yeah.
I'm an idiot.
I'll confirm.
Yeah, confirm for me. Because Puka broke receiving records. So I don't know how Stroud would have won it over him.
Quarterback
Unless he
bias.
did.
It was
I
CJ
could be
Stroud.
wrong. It was Stroud. Okay, so forget it.
Bias.
I'll shut up. I know nothing. But no, but okay, so Stroud, rookie of the year. Great. Awesome. He's a very good passer. And now you give him a true wide receiver one. Nico Collins is a very, very good wide receiver one.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs is better. But now you have 3 awesome receiving talents. If Tank Dell comes back healthy, a good offensive line, you add Joe Mixon, the defense is loaded, and you have D'Amico Ryan running that ship. They're unstoppable next year. Now that they have a receiver who can catch deep balls, I think that'll help. And now you add a legitimate X-style receiver with Brian Thomas Jr. Like, I think that the Jaguars are going to take that next step, but they need to add on defense in the second round to make that happen. Did we ever get trade compensation for the Jaguars with their trade with the Vikings?
I did not see. No.
Oh, I can pull that up. While we figure that out, the Cowboys are on the clock, and I don't know. I'm not like I'm not like super hot. I've never been like super hot or cold on the Cowboys in general, but I have to say one of my favorite parts about draft night every year is when the Cowboys are on the clock because we can get a glimpse into their like just impeccable like 2001 A Space Odyssey style draft room. It's just it's so, it's just so Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I think I slept on part of draft night is just the shots of the war rooms. I think they're so cool. Like
Yeah.
we should be hearing them talking about like, okay, like Bin Laden's in here. We gotta make the move. We gotta make the move. Yeah, it's I love the war room.
We should do a war room and pretend like we're drafting for these teams as the as the picks come up.
Yeah,
We had a war room template on here, but I feel like we couldn't like. It was hard for us to get it like looking like not like just a bunch of
floating heads.
Boxes.
boxes like superimposed on chairs.
Is Dallas going to run out of time here? They're getting pretty low.
Yeah, what's this?
Yeah, they're under 30 seconds. Well, if anyone here wants to share this stream, we can get the views and then get more opportunities to have a big house enterprise.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun.
Yeah,
That's a great idea. So they need offensive line. Okay, picks in. Graham Barden might be an interesting pick here as they need offensive line. They also need receiver and DBs. And considering how many DBs are still left, I mean, this could be Terry and Arnold. This could be Nate Wiggins also. If they want to get more man heavy with Trevon Diggs. And does it say trade alert?
yeah.
I
Who
think
traded?
Detroit.
To Detroit. Oh, this is Cooper DeJean. 100% this is Cooper DeJean. Oh, yeah.
Don't let me down here.
This is either Cooper DeJean. Who else does Detroit need? Or this could be a receiver. This could be Xavier Worthy. Or offensive line, because they do need offensive line depth. So this could be this might be Graham Barden. This might be Graham Barden. Any of those like football player type guys.
But now the pick is in. So
they had it. Yeah.
The Lions traded up and then immediately have their pick.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because I think if you do trade up, you need the pick within that same time frame of the 10 minutes. It's not you can trade up and then you get a 10 minutes after that. Like you have to know what your pick is within the same time frame that team is picking.
Got it.
Yeah.
I was looking at it for a sec. I was looking at the countdown. I was like, oh my God, are they going to just roll into the next pick?
No. Yeah, so the Cowboys were probably fielding calls, which is why it took so long.
Yeah.
So I love Detroit. I'm pretty sure Detroit's, besides the Penei Sewell pick, they've moved up in every first round with Brad Holmes as the GM.
Wow.
Because they moved up 20 picks to get Jameson Williams. And then they moved up. They initially, what'd they do? They moved back with the Cardinals. So they've traded every first round. They haven't moved up, but they traded back. Oh, no. They traded back and then traded up to get Jameer. No.
Goody Goffington. It's a great shirt.
Oh, my God. That's funny. Their second first-round pick, they traded up, I think, to get Jack Campbell.
Yes.
Their second first-round pick. Also, can we talk about the Lions New Jerseys?
What's up?
Can we talk about the Lions New Jerseys?
Yeah, what do you think about them?
I love them, especially when they do the blue helmet with the black and blue pants, the black jersey, blue pants. I think that's a filthy combo.
I think it looks very similar to their previous uniforms, just without everything italicized.
And so I also think they're doing the white highlights more, which helps the jerseys pop better.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you there. They do look very similar, but I think the white helps it pop, and then the blue color is a little different too. I just think it looks more vibrant.
Yeah.
Which I love that teams are going for that now, like the vibrant look, not so much like the dead tone that we've had with like all the navy jerseys and all the dark jerseys, which is like some teams like the Texans can rock the dark navy. Like
I love the Texans uniforms.
All the
I
new
think
ones
the
are
Pats
so
can do
nice.
it too.
Yeah, Pats can pull off the dark navy, but like the Seahawks, like the color scheme's good. It's just the jerseys themselves are like okay.
Yeah.
Even the top 3 jerseys ranked.
Walker, we're gonna need some specification. Are you saying like current jerseys or like all time?
And are we talking full uniform set or just like staple jerseys, like the Ravens away jerseys, or like the
I would say one jersey, like a Ravens away, like
yeah.
Hmm.
That's a good one. I like that question.
Yeah, let's hop on that after this pick. So
yeah.
we have some more time. This is tough.
That's a really good question, actually. I love that.
Okay, current home jerseys. I think that's good because most teams just wear
current
home. Okay.
away whites.
Okay.
All right, so we're putting a pin in that though.
Now I gotta think. That's good. I like that. I also love how the NFL is promoting like women's football because there are some dogs in women's football.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Well, New Jersey is
Terry Arnold. There we go.
There we go.
I like that fit.
Me too. That's a football guy. Terry Arnold.
That's a dog.
His run defending ability is the best out of all the DBs in this class. He's very good at stopping the run, which is what the Detroit wants. I also love him and Carlton Davis as a unit is solid. All right, so jerseys.
Yeah.
So
should we do like you guys want to do like a draft style?
Oh yeah. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that.
Awesome. Right. That's great, dude.
All right. James, you go first, and then
sure.
Jordan, and then me.
Sure. I might need another minute or two though.
All right, you're on the
That's
clock.
fine.
I'm on the
You're on the clock.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
Cooper DeJean enters our top 5 next best available players. I know we've been kind of giving him a lot of discussion so far tonight.
You still thinking over there? Oh, he's looking at all the jerseys. That's what it is.
My gut is Tampa Bay's home.
Oh, good one.
Tampa Bay. That shade of red with like the little orange highlight and the pewter gray around the letters. I think it's a great uniform. I'm a big fan of whatever shade of red that is.
Yeah. What pants are you pairing it with? Their white pants or their pewter pants?
Ooh, probably the white pants. Pewter pants is a good look, but with the white pants, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'm up. This is a tough one. This is a really good question. Who asked this?
Walker Sutton.
Walker Sutton. Thank you, Walker. This is a good question. So, I would say I don't want to cheat on this. I'm going to give a caveat off it, but I would say honestly, the Ravens, their purple on white is really clean. To caveat that, but my favorite jersey of theirs even though it's technically alternate, is their black top, purple pants. I think looks amazing.
Okay.
I know black jerseys get a bad rep, but I think pairing it with the purple they have as the pants is a really, really good look for me. But the Ravens purple on the white is a really good look. And with the yellow accents, it goes crazy.
So the Packers pick is in, and also my uniform pick, my first round uniform pick is in. I'm gonna go with, before we get to the Packers announcement, I'm gonna be a homer here, and I'm gonna go with the new Jets green uniforms.
Yeah, those are great.
There's a couple
Those are
things that
good.
I really like about just football uniforms in general. I think it's really hard to make a football uniform very complex. So I think you really need to lean into a lot of just old design styles. So I just love arm stripes, just stripes on the arm. Have it your main jersey be your primary color, and then your complementary color be either the arm stripes going this way, and then the arm stripes going or going this way. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get a caveat too. While the Packers, we're waiting for the Packers pick. I'm gonna find a jersey that I actually kind of
Cool.
conveys this point really well.
So while Basil's doing that, where do we think the Packers go? Because I would say Cooper DeJean here, but with Graham
That'd be
Barton
fun
and
for it,
Jackson Powers still available, I feel like it's going to be Graham Barton here at 14. Or not 14. Sorry, he's 14 on my big board here at 25.
Yeah.
Like 14. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours and we're not even halfway through.
Oh my God, imagine.
I love Terry and Arnold's suit. Also,
Yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson's suit early in the night. The black with
that was fresh.
the subtle gold highlights was fire.
No,
Right.
that
Where's
was
the jersey?
I was on mute. Sorry. All right, this is not the newest Jets jersey. This is like a early 2000s Wayne Cravett jersey. So these jerseys I really like. It's almost like the Jets almost were kind of like a Kelly Green for a very short
I
period of
always
time.
get confused by those old Eagles videos.
Yeah, especially with Wayne Cravett, because I'm pretty sure he was on both the Jets and the Eagles at one point. So when I was buying, I found this at a thrift store. I was like, I had to make sure it was actually a Jets jersey. But you could see the arm stripes are horizontal, which is how the Jets do it now with their latest uniforms. The other arm stripes that I really like, and it's going to be a pick later on in my jersey draft if it's still available, is this when the arm stripes go like this. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is a 2020 XFL New York Guardians jersey.
That's a dope jersey.
That's sick.
I got it right when the team
folded.
It's just a regular blank jersey? Number one.
Yeah.
I got it right when the league folded on Dick's Sporting Goods for $20. So
that's amazing.
Yeah.
You could probably sell that in 20 years.
I love it. I actually wear it a lot. It's honestly might be the jersey I wear the most, just because it's
that. If you pull up the kickball in that one night, that would go hard as fuck.
I usually wear it when I do my fantasy football draft.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So Basil, while you were gone, we were saying this would be Cooper DeJean, but based on the board, I think it's Graham Barton or Jackson Powers.
Gotcha.
Might be wrong.
I think you're wrong here.
Jordan Morgan? What in the world is this draft, dude?
This guy's pissed.
Dude, I'd be mad too.
Huh.
So I feel like we've kind of been talking about these guys are pointing at a Packers fan and laughing at him.
Yeah, that was funny.
So I feel like we've been talking about it's like really hard to like make a pick an offensive tackle or any sort of offensive lineman and have that be a bad thing. Why in this case is this not the right move for the Panthers? For the Packers. Excuse me.
It's not that it's not the right move, right? Because you could look at their roster and say, yeah, they need a tackle and someone who could plug in at guard when they need it, right? So Zach Tom was really good when asked to step up last year. Rasheed Walker has been pretty good as a second-year offensive tackle. So they have two guys they could at least rocked with one more year. They have Elton Jenkins, who's a very good guard. But then their other guard position and the center position are shaky, right? So I would have thought Graham Barton or Jackson Powers would have been the pick because either of them could play center. And they got the pick wrong a few years back when they picked Josh Myers over Creed Humphrey. And we know how good Creed Humphrey has been. So I'm like, oh my God, look at the Packers fan. That's so sad. So if you go offensive line, you had two guys who were better than Jordan Morgan available. Three guys, four, if you go by my big board. Really more than that. Zach Frazier even would have been a fine pick here. But you go with Jordan Morgan, who is good. I'm going to say he's good, but not as good as the other guys that are still available. So process is fine, but the pick itself is questionable based on who is still available.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Tampa Bay's pick, they quickly threw that one in. Where are they going here? Could they go wide receiver here?
I could see it, but didn't they just pick someone up in free agency?
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Let's see. Bucks. I mean, Mike Evans is on the older end, but they just signed him to a deal. Not roster. I want to see depth chart. Chris Godwin is still good. I mean, Russell Gage is obviously still there. Like, he's serviceable. Trey Palmer did well last year. Russell Gage is no longer there. Scratch that. So wide receiver could be the move, especially with Mike Evans' age. If I was assuming all the good offensive linemen were going to be gone, so I was going to say DB here or edge rusher, but I don't know. This could be O-line, and they could be going like Graham Barton here. I could see that being a reality. But either way, this is awesome for Arizona because they have a plethora of very good players to choose from. And I have a feeling they're going to go O-line because one of Jackson Powers Johnson and Graham Barton will be available. And they could go either or. There's also Darius Robinson is a very, very fascinating prospect where he's a guy who played mostly inside the tackle in college, but projects as an edge rusher in the NFL based on the tools he has. And he he would line up inside the tackle, would work his way to the outside and win pass rushes. So starting from a disadvantage, he would still win the pass rush, going the opposite direction he's lined up in. Like, Darius Robinson could be a first-round pick here to some team here in the back end of the first. But, yeah, it's one of these very good players is going to fall out of the first round, unfortunately, because we have what, 7 picks left? So Tampa, Cardinals, Buff. Yeah, we have 7 picks left. So we have Johnny Newton, Jackson Powers, Graham Barton, Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid, I think, was going to fall out of the first regardless. But then Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Adonai Mitchell is still available. Tyler Guyton, who's been tied to the first round, still available. Xavier Worthy, still available. Darius Robinson, who's a potential first, still available. I'm trying to see who else is a potential first that still floating around. I've heard Xavier Legette's name tied to the first round. Tyler Nubin, Zach Frazier. So there's 13 guys who have been mentioned in the first round consistently who half of them are not going to be first round picks.
Yeah.
Like, oh, so the 14 straight offensive players is the longest streak ever at any point in the draft. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a weird draft. It's fun. I'm having a lot of fun with this. But yeah, it's these picks have just been all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Jim, you're up for the your second pick in the uniform.
Okay. What did you guys take?
I took all right. You picked the Tampa Bay Red, and we're cutting this really close because Tampa Bay's pick is like literally about to be announced. But Jordan went Ravens purple on white,
Red.
and then I
Red.
went my first pick Jets current home green.
Okay. All right. Give me the Vikings purple.
Good one.
Good one. All right, let's see the pick, and then I have mine. There it is, Graham Barton.
All right.
Thank God.
Good pick.
That's a very
That
good
take.
pick for them.
Graham Barton.
He's going to be awesome. When I first watched him, I was like, I don't really see it. I think there were about like 20 prospects I watched twice just to get a better read on them. Graham Barton, I think, had the highest jump for me on guys I rewatched. I think I had him outside the top 50 originally, rewatched him, and I was like, I don't know what I was looking at the first time because he is a dog.
Cardinals pick is already in.
Look at him root Jared Verse out of the ground there. He drove him 10 yards off the ball. Like, oh. All right, so jersey for me. So, I need to think of all the jerseys now. So NFC West, none. Even though I do like the Cardinals' new ones, and the 49ers are very good too, but none of those. NFC South, Panthers, Saints, no. Falcons, no. East, no one. North, Lions, maybe. Bears, no. Even though they're classics. AFC East. If we're doing throwbacks, the Dolphins throwbacks are very nice.
Well,
Yeah.
we're doing current homes.
I know we're doing home, but I'm just saying in general. All right, so AFC East, no. Chargers blue on yellow is very clean.
Okay.
I like that one.
All right, let's see.
All right, I'm going to hold off on mine, obviously.
I will take
There you
that
go. Nice.
all day, dude.
Nice.
Oh, that's a great pick.
Darius Robinson,
I'm
edge
very
out of
okay with
Missouri.
that. Yes. Oh, I put RE for this. We're gonna put ARZ. Nice. I am all for.
All right, so what do you like out of this guy?
So I was talking about it earlier, but 6'5", 285 for an edge rusher is insane. But he has the length. Wow. He has the positional versatility. Like you'll see here, he's playing a 4-eye, and he fits and wins the run at the edge. Like he's got really good strength, really good leverage. Let me pull up the write-ups this way I'm not speaking out of turn on him. So has a ton of strength and understands his leverage really well when run defending. Forces running backs to bounce into another hole that's often in any clogs running lanes. Efficient pass rusher. There's a lot of plays he wins the edge despite rushing from an inside tech. And the knocks I had on him, he didn't get many true edge opportunities due to defensive structure. I think he needs a better counter move when his first move fails. He just like spins off blocks once his first move fails, but that's fine. And then when we talk about pass rushing or just being a defender in general, you want to attack half a man because it's much easier to control one half of someone than the full thing, right? So he will run straight into guys a lot, which he has the strength and the length to do it, but that's not going to work in the league as often as it did in college. So, but with that, with Jonathan Gannon and how he likes to move people up and down the defensive line, Darius Robinson is the perfect fit to do that. Which Johnny Newton's on the board. I would have preferred him from a football standpoint, but from a scheme fit, Darius fits us much better. So
Cool.
I am stumped on my second round uniform pick. I have to be honest, because there are a couple that I think would fall into the throwback category.
Yeah.
But they wear them at home a lot because, like, sometimes, like, you know, like sometimes teams will, like, if they're winning in a uniform at home, like, they like to stick to it a lot.
Right.
Like, I feel like the Giants did that, like, with, like, kind of like their throwback uniforms.
The Jets did the white on the black combo for a little while. That was working
a lot.
Like, the Giants with, like, the red piping on the sleeves. Like, I don't know if that really counts. This is tough. I think I'm going to go.
Trade.
Oh, what do we got?
Oh, Kansas City to Buffalo.
Wow.
That's it. Those are two teams that I never thought would trade with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, considering recent history, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I kind of wanted to break that down because now I want to, like, wow, that's, wow. Okay, so, oh, and it's already in.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, we have this Uncanny Valley Transformers commercial to watch, so you had time to break it down.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how I feel about that movie. I don't know if I'm excited for it or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, the Bills.
Yeah.
I was gonna say how do they go from, like, where do they go? But now it's up to Kansas City. So I guess the other question is, with Kansas City as back-to-back Super Bowl champions, where do you look to improve a team that feels pretty impeccable?
I think Jordan would probably agree with me on this too. You need wide receivers. Like Sky Moore not panning out. I think MVS isn't on the team anymore. Rashid Rice is in a load of stuff at the moment. You need a one guy. I think Xavier Worthy is a popular pick here because he's short and fast, and it's kind of just like they're like, oh, Tyreek Hill. And like I could see that. I mean, the Mahomes loves his fast players. I think Keon Coleman is really interesting. I think Adonai Mitchell's still out there. I think it's probably wide receiver here. It's just between those three, I would say, or at least that I'm looking at.
So sorry, I was on a phone call, so I didn't hear any of the analysis. I know AD Mitchell's still on the board.
Yep.
Xavier Worthy's a super. I feel like Xavier Worthy, since he ran the 40, he's been linked to the Chiefs. Yep. I would love Xavier Worthy on the Chiefs here. Because then Mahomes gets another. He didn't have a deep threat last year, and they needed one desperately. Because teams just started running a lot of cover 2 against them, because when you don't have someone who can take the top off of defense, you can play with more defenders in underneath coverage, which is why they struggled until the playoff run. And then that's when Rashid Rice took off, because they started moving him. They started bracketing his routes differently, giving him better choice options. So they need a deep threat this year. And I think Xavier Worthy is that guy who can be the deep threat for them. If they don't go Xavier, either go Adonai Mitchell here or go Nate Wiggins because you need a corner to replace L'Jarius Sneed.
Where
I
does
also
L'Jarius Sneed end up?
Tennessee? Yeah, Tennessee.
Yeah, that's yep.
Also, I can't believe Buffalo just traded with the Chiefs because they're
Yeah,
like
I said the same thing. Yep.
non-division rivals at this point.
Yeah.
So 25. Wow. Curious to see. And it's funny they bring up the drops thing because, like, one of my drops in college, like, actually don't translate to the NFL. Like, you can have a ton of, like, Nelson Aguilar had a ton of drops in college, and he had drop issues early in his career, but has become very sure-handed since then, right? So, like, having a high drop rate doesn't necessarily translate that much to the league as you would think. So it's funny they bring that up, and now, what's his face? Xavier Worthy has a drop problem, but again, it's not the end of the world. So we'll see. Did Basil pick a new jersey for his pick?
I don't think you did you?
I don't think he's here. I think he dropped off real quick. He had to go handle something.
All right.
Wonder if his laptop died again. That'd be funny.
Oh, what the hell?
Let's see. That's all good. I'm sure he'll text us. It's late at night. We're 4 hours into the stream.
Yeah, I feel like I lost steam much earlier this year than I did
Yes,
last year.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, because last year there was so much movement, so it was like, oh my god. This
Yeah,
year
it
it
was
was like, oh, okay.
More on our toes last year. This one is like, once we got through the top 10 and there weren't trades going on, I was kind of like,
Yeah. Basil, did your computer die again?
No, I froze for a second, but I'm back. And
Okay, there we go.
back in perfect time for the Chiefs pick to be in. Oh, well, it's been in for a while, I guess.
So I think you dropped off, but we were talking either Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Worthy if they go receiver. If they go corner, it's probably Nate Wiggins. But I will say it's Xavier Worthy here.
I think you'll be correct.
Oh, do you already know? Is it Xavier Worthy? You got to be kidding me. Oh my god. Oh, did you pick your jersey, by the way?
No, I'm still thinking about it. I'm trying to distract you.
You're good. I'm gonna scroll down to Xavier Worthy on the spreadsheet just to get it ready.
there we go.
I can't believe that. Oh
Cool.
my god.
The Bills really traded back for them to get a weapon that they're going to use to torch them.
That's awesome, dude.
So, given the issues with the Chiefs wideouts that we've seen, so far transpired this offseason that Jim, you explained, where does this kind of allow Kansas City to bounce back?
So this gives them two deep threats where they didn't have one last year. You get Hollywood Brown, and now you have Xavier Worthy to help take the top off of defense. If you have one guy taking off the top of a defense, then yeah, you can run cover 3 and still have support underneath. Now you have to run cover 4 or 2 high man coverage to stop 2 deep threats. So that will open the door for Travis Kelce is going to have a better year this upcoming season than he did last year, just based on who they've added, right? Also, the Chiefs have completely reworked their offense over the past 3 years where their depth of target on passes has decreased dramatically every year. And now teams are preparing to play the short game against them. Now this unlocks the deep game again for them. So I think adding this element of Worthy and Brown together is awesome. I think they need one more receiver who's a big body. I think there's some free agent big body receivers they can go get. I mean, even Tyler Boyd, who's kind of similar to Rashee Rice, but just a veteran. I think they can go get Tyler Boyd in free agency. I don't think Tyler Boyd signed anywhere. Actually,
No, he hasn't yet. No.
About it.
No, I don't think he has.
I think he would fit in perfectly to that, to the Rashee Rice role, assuming that Rashee Rice gets
Doesn't
some
come back,
hefty
yeah.
suspension and is out indefinitely, which I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be like 6 games or 8 games, but that's half the season to lose your best weapon from the year before.
So the Cowboys pick is in now after they went down. And also my second pick for the uniform draft is in. And this might be kind of weird, but I think I might want to go the Chicago Bears home jerseys.
No, I see that. It's unique.
I'm
That's
2
fine.
for 2 on arm stripes.
Yeah, I see your play.
And I like where I like the Jets kind of like 2 thick ones.
Mhm.
Like the 2 thick white ones. I like the like not pinstripe, but almost like it's like more like piping around the sleeves of the Bears. It also has like a nice like retro feel that I like out of football jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I like that pick. That's good. That's a classic.
Yeah. I will say, I'll wait for Roger.
Okay, that's a fine pick. Guyton's a good pick.
Yeah,
That's
he's
exactly
been
what they
hanging out on our
needed.
board for a long time. Oh, just kidding. He has not been in our
Yep.
top 5 availability.
Nice.
Well, he's number 32, so he's a first round draftable guy.
Okay.
What was that pick 29?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, my buddy Larry, well, his name's Christian, but we call him Larry.
Of course, naturally.
He's a big Raven fan, so this is a huge pick for him on who they could get.
Uniform pick is in. I'm going to go. This feels like a bit of a betrayal, but I will go Buffalo Bills home blue.
Mm-hmm.
That is such a clean blue.
Those are very good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I can't argue with you there.
Yeah. That is a.
Do you like the all blue or the blue on white?
Blue on white?
Blue
Like
on
white pants?
nice.
Yeah, white pants. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am third overall. I'm between 2 classic historic franchises, but I'm going to go with the Chiefs. The red on white is a very good, basic, simple, but clean look.
I respect your pick. Sometimes the Chiefs uniforms look a little too McDonald's-y for me.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
That's valid.
Yeah, the Chiefs. I didn't pick them, but they kind of fit the mold on like everything I like about a uniform. Again, like just classic, good colored patterns. My favorite part about the Ravens pick is in, by the way.
Yep.
My favorite part about the Chiefs uniforms is that they still really hold on to like their role in the AFL, and they still have the AFL logo.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
On their jerseys.
I love that.
At this point, I feel like it'd just be copying the Chiefs, but like if like other original AFL teams like the Jets and I think the Pats, right? No, not the Pats. If like a lot of the original AFL teams also did that, I think that'd be really fun.
Well, didn't they like change their social media logos to the original New York Titans colors as like a tease? They were going to bring back a throwback, but then they didn't announce it with the new jerseys.
They've done it before.
I know they've done it before, but like with the New Jersey rebrand, I figured that'd be something they would bring in.
The original
guess not.
AFL teams were the New York Titans,
Yep.
the Boston Patriots, Buffalo Bills, Houston Oilers, Chargers, Broncos, Raiders, and the Dallas Texans.
which
Mhm.
became the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so the Titans, that's that uniform we used to wear, the blue and gold, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
really like that uniform, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I like it,
would
but
bring
it's
that back.
controversial.
Is it?
Yeah, I've heard like very mixed opinions on it. It's like quite a polarizing jersey. I think a lot of people that don't like it are just like it's just too untied to the Jets' current identity.
Yeah, that's
I
valid.
guess.
It also looks like a Walmart version of Notre Dame's jerseys. So, what do we think the Ravens are doing here before the pick is
Cooper.
announced? Cooper could be good. I just feel like Kyle Hamilton already plays that role that Cooper would play in that
Yeah.
defense.
Maybe Nate Wiggins then.
Nate Wiggins could be good. Adonai Mitchell, because they need an actual big body receiver that's not Mark Andrews. Like, I just think Adonai Mitchell, Zay Flowers, and Mark Andrews is such a filthy passing attack because all have different skill sets.
Yeah. It wouldn't be it would not be a Ravens pick if they didn't select a first round wide receiver.
Yep.
They extended they extended Bateman.
Yeah, they did extend Bateman, so maybe not.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Basil already knows. That's why he's quiet.
Yeah.
Oh boy, let's see.
Okay.
Okay, Nate Wiggins. That's fine. Who's their their defensive coordinator, Zach Orr, right? Who used to play for them?
Yes. Yeah. Because they lost McDonald.
I think that's fine.
Jeez, he's only 20.
All right, San Francisco on the clock, and I am also on the clock for my final jersey pick. Oh,
You are?
crap. Okay. Oh, this is tough. This is tough. Okay, what did I go with here? Chicago Bears. All right, I think I want to go something a little lighter. Mix up my palette a little bit.
All right. While you're looking at that, the 49ers have a plethora of needs that is surprising for a Super Bowl contender a year ago. So they need a corner. So Cooper DeJean could be that corner for them. They need O-line. Doesn't matter tackle or interior. So Jackson Powers Johnson could be a guy here. They also need interior D-line. Johnny Newton could be a guy here because they just traded Eric Armstead away.
Mm-hmm.
So it's wild that D-line had Solomon Thomas, DeForest Buckner, and Eric Armstead at one point, and now they don't have any of them.
Yeah, where did they trade Armstead to?
Jaguars,
Okay.
which is
All
good.
right.
They needed one.
This might be our last commercial break. And then we got the final two picks.
Yep.
Let's go. Good job, guys.
Yeah, this is a marathon. This isn't easy.
And thank you
this
again
is,
to our nearly 50 viewers across all platforms. Again,
Yeah.
keep following us. I'm gonna get our socials back up here. Keep following us at these three things. And I wanna mention too, we're gonna mention this at the end of the show again, but I wanna point out that this board that we're showing you right here, right? We are simultaneously broadcasting it to our website, house-enterprise.com. So we're going to be paying very close attention to the final rounds of the draft. So you can keep seeing our big board right here. There we go. That's our big logo for this big board
Mhm.
Such a big
on
board.
houseenterprise.com. Look at this. Look how many names we've got left to go here. We've got 250 total players scouted. And then if you want to get some more detail on them, just, casually scroll down here. And we've got everything that we've been talking about all offseason long, all these great rankings that Jordan has put out, mock drafts, our big House Enterprise mock draft that, by the end of tonight is just going to be something you got to compare retrospectively to. But still, we've got a lot of good stuff here. So make sure you keep checking that out on house-enterprise.com.
Appreciate the plug there.
Of course.
What was I going to say? So the one thing I will say with the big board is that there is a reality that some of those guys will go undrafted. And someone I want to point out is Jack Westover. He's a tight end from Washington. I really like his tape. Odds are, based on his size and that he didn't test at the combine, he is not going to get drafted just based on, and he projects more as a fullback or an H-back like we were talking earlier rather than your traditional tight end. So he's most likely not going to get drafted. So he's someone there. So you might see like 10 to 20 guys not get drafted, right? So, but that doesn't mean they aren't good players. Like we've seen plenty of really good undrafted players take, like Ivan Pace for the Vikings last year, went undrafted and was their starting Mike linebacker the first day.
He was awesome last year.
I think I had him inside my top 100 on my big board last year. I think I only posted the top 50, or at least I posted only the top 50 before this year. He was in my top 100 last year, and when he went undrafted, I was shocked. I was like, well, I guess like linebacker isn't as important of a position anymore, but you need good ones, and he's a good one.
Oh, the pick is in for the 49ers.
Yep.
Where do they go here? The reigning NFC champs.
I would
play it safe, go OT.
I don't know. The thing is, if you're going to go OT, it's probably you got to go Patrick Paul. He's the only other OT this late that's been linked to the first round that hasn't been taken yet.
Yeah, wow.
All the offensive tackles that are first round worthy are off the board. They arguably need a center, so Jackson Powers Johnson's an option. They need a D tackle, Johnny Newton's there. They need a corner, Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid McKinstry are still available. If they want to replace Brandon Ayuk, Adonai Mitchell's there for the taking. I mean, Ennis Rakestraw is another guy. I have him listed as a nickel because I think he projects better as a nickel in the league. But he is available, and he is a very, very feisty corner. He would fit into San Fran's defense. So he's an option. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else out of like the guys that we've already named. We might see a crazy pick here. I'm trying to see who else. I mean, Keon Coleman is obviously available, but I don't know if they go Keon here.
Huh?
Ricky Pearsall.
Huh?
Whoa.
You.
Is that just Cooper DeJean on Florida?
No, it's worse. I have him 113 on the big board, and he went in the first round.
Let John Lynch cook.
Bro, he did
saw
nothing until
something.
his senior year.
He saw something, man.
How old is he going to be?
But I mean, if you're going to draft a white wide receiver, why not just go with Ladd McConkey?
Yeah, Ladd's there. and he's just as athletic.
How old is this guy?
He's going to be 24 as a rookie at the start of his rookie year.
Oh, that was
Like for a
sick
quarterback,
catch.
I understand it, but like, oh yeah, his highlight tape's stupid, but it's his highlight
Yeah.
tape. That's all he's good at. Just
That's
Ricky
interesting.
Pearsall as a first rounder was not on my bingo card. That's
Trade. Bum bada bum bada bum bum bum.
Buffalo's trading.
Oh, it's probably the
Buffalo.
Commanders. Oh,
No.
Carolina moved up. Oh, they're going Adonai Mitchell. Oh my God, they're going Adonai. They have to be.
All right. The final pick of the first round, obviously reserved for the reigning champs, the Carolina Panthers. Sorry, that was stupid. Well, while we wait for Carolina's pick to be in, my pick for my final uniform draft
You really made us wait on this one.
is in. I know I really took a long time, and I'm not like super jazzed on it, but I think I got to go with it. This is a jersey that I really wished I could like wear, but I never will, considering like the history of the rivalry between the Jets and this team. I'm gonna go with the Colts home jerseys.
Another good blue.
I'm about
Yeah.
it.
It's just so nice. I love like a soft blue jersey.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the teams that I root for that are blue tend to be that dark, like that royal blue.
Yeah.
Just like the general New York teams, which I love. Don't get me wrong. I love all the colors of all the teams I root for. But there is something nice about that powdery kind of Colts jersey. And with that, Carolina's pick is in. So let's see where they go here.
All right.
Let's all throw real quick an alternate jersey.
Pat's red.
Pat's red.
Mm.
That's a good one.
Pat Red is very good. I said the Ravens one earlier, but I'll be different and go a new one. The Houston Texans H-Towns with the red accents, like red socks and red gloves, is gonna go insanely hard. That's
the
gonna be a sick combo.
The 49ers throwbacks with the blocky letters.
Yes.
Like the 3D letters. Those are
I
so clean.
love those.
Yeah.
With the triple stripe down the sleeve. That should go so hard. Bro.
Yeah, those are awesome. Those
fantastic.
might be the best jerseys in history.
Yeah.
What's the name? What's the name of the player? Hold on. Keep talking about something else while I figure.
What's the name? What is the name of the player?
So a jersey we didn't talk about that I think is very underrated are the Panthers jerseys. They're just very like the colors look good. They can mix and match their jerseys well, and they just look like good jerseys. Like you have the long like pointed stripe down the leg. You got the varsity block numbers. You got like unique shoulder stripes. Like it fits their team brand really well.
Yeah, I agree. Honorable mention the Dolphins throwback.
Yes.
Those are great.
Dolphins, Seahawks throwbacks are very
Seahawks
good.
Throwbacks, absolutely. This is being a homebody here, but the Jets black, stealth black is fire.
Mm-hmm. I like the new stealth blacks too.
Yeah, Cardinals black is good.
I have a hot take about the Jets. Some of the Jets jerseys after the final pick, but I think the final pick is in.
All right, let's see.
And I believe I don't want to jump the gun here, but Yep.
Xavier Legette's been tied to the Panthers a lot,
Cool.
so I don't hate it. He was my 46th prospect,
Okay.
and Buffalo starts the next round. Buffalo double traded back. Interesting.
Buffalo, New England.
We did it, guys.
All right.
That's 32 picks.
Did it, dude.
Wow. This is
before we get kind of just retrospective here. What do you like? How do you like Leggett with Bryce Young here?
I think it's good. Bryce Young needs a big body receiver who's going to go up and get the ball. Legette's a very interesting prospect because he was a late breakout. He had some struggles with his personal life. He lost both of his parents over like a 5-year span or something like that. One was in high school, one was in college. So he definitely had some struggles. He's a good receiver. But the issue is was he good because he was going against college guys and he had Spencer Rattler throwing him the ball, or is he good because he's actually good? I really like him. I think he's a little stiff as a route runner, and I think that shows up when he gets the ball in his hands, how stiff he is, because his yak ability is horrible. But if you want a guy who can high point a ball and come down with it and be a good route runner who also has good speed, Xavier's your guy. And I think that's what Carolina needs. They have the separator with Deontay Johnson. Now you need your big body guy who's just going to go and murk a corner to go get the ball. He's 6'1", but he plays like he's 6'4". Like, that's a note. I think that's the first note I have on him is plays way bigger than his frame, can climb a ladder and make tough catches in traffic. Like,
yeah. And
he used all over South Carolina's offense, so he has good versatility. So I like the pick. I think there were, based on my board, let's see. I mean, Adonai Mitchell, I think would have been better. Not that he's a first rounder, but Jalen Polk I really like. Very similar to Legette. I just think he's a smoother player. Ladd McConkey would have been interesting because he's a really, really good route runner as well. But he would have been way too similar to Deontay, where you don't have that. If you can shut both those guys down because you have really good man corners, then you have no offense. So Legette gives them the flexibility they need, but Adonai Mitchell's a better deep threat, better route runner, better go-get-it receiver. So I think he was the better option. But I don't hate the pick. So,
yeah,
that's what
the first round. Let's take a look at some of the guys that are left on the board. 4 guys in your top 20, Jordan. They are still up for grabs. Johnny Newton, Jackson Powers-Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and Cooper DeJean. I mean, I feel like there were 4 or 5 points tonight where we were going, oh, yep, here's where Cooper's going. Here's where Cooper's going.
Yeah.
But he ended up not going anywhere.
Something must have came up in the medical because he did break his leg during his senior year. So maybe something in the medicals they didn't like. But he competed. He did almost everything in his pro day, and he looked good. So, like, I don't know. Maybe there was something with them. That's what happens with a lot of guys that fall out of the first round that should be first. It comes down to medicals most of the time and things we don't see as fans. So that's interesting there. Let's see. Out of my top 10 players still available, 8 of them are defensive guys. So that's interesting. But yeah, I think Newton, Jackson, Kool-Aid, and Cooper will all be second round picks and like first half of the second round. So those will all be gone. Mike Sainristil still is another guy who's very good. Chris Jenkins is a guy who will be and Adonai Mitchell too.
Yeah,
can't forget him. He'll be early second. I wouldn't be shocked if the Bills take him at 33 right off the rip. Because that's the fact he fell out of the first is wild.
Yeah.
Any guys deep in your board that you feel like deserve a little bit of a shout out here?
Deep meaning past pick 100 or like rank 100.
Yeah.
Let's see, past pick 100. Christian Boyd. He's from Northern Iowa. He played nose tackle in college. I think he'd be a damn good 3-tech in the NFL. Really, really liked his game. Just super violent and just will run through a blocker's face and he doesn't care. I really like him. Talked about Jack Westover. I have him down at 136. After that, there's really like no one I'm like overly fond of. At least that I have a write-up about. Anthony Gold. He's a receiver out of Oregon State. He's an interesting guy. It's just the receiver position so loaded. He's going to be a day 3 pick, but in any other draft, probably a day 2. Malik Washington, talked about him earlier, receiver out of Virginia, really good. Mohammed Kamara, he actually just missed my cut for the edge write-up. I have him at edge 13. He is – my pro comp for him is Bryce Huff. Like, will be a designated pass rusher and will be dominant at it. Like, by year 2 in the league, he'll have like a 25% pressure rate, and you're going to be like, who the hell is this guy? It's Mohammed Kamara. He's very good. Kieran, I'm going to say his name wrong. I know it's pronounced different, but Omega DJ. I think it's a Magadaje or something like that. Offensive tackle from Yale, who's very good, but he tore his quads, so he'll probably be a day 3 pick because of that, but he's good. Ryan Flournoy out of Southeast Missouri. I'm rambling at this point, so stop me whenever. But there's some good guys. And obviously Dylan Laube, I have him at 98, but Dylan is I was super critical of his tape, and he still came in at running back 8 for me. Dylan Laube is gonna be a dog. And with the new kick return rules, his value probably went up a round. So whatever round he gets taken in, he probably would have gone around later if not for the new kickoff rules. So,
all right. Yeah. So again, listen to how many names that we've still got to talk about, right? So make sure you keep checking out right here, NFL, houseenterprise.com/NFL big draft board. It's right at the top of our banner here. Keep following along all weekend. We're going to be continuously updating this. Wrapping up some odds and ends from the night. Let's see. I feel like we covered a lot. I'll probably end up publishing our uniform draft somewhere on the blog this weekend because I think that's really important. Who I was talking about with the designing the clothes, that was Kristen Juszczyk.
Yes.
Kyle Juszczyk's wife. She designs all the like jersey inspired clothes. She's doing like other sports now, which is really cool. Her designs are like really what put me on to that Niners uniform that you were talking about. Because I feel like a lot of the stuff that like she was posting that was like really blowing up during the season were like jackets and others things cut from those jerseys specifically. And they were fantastic. So, check that out if you haven't seen that yet. I mean, if you've been following football for the past year, you probably have, but
probably heard it. Yeah.
Let's see what else we were talking about. Reminder, Queens is north of Brooklyn and east of Manhattan. And this was our playlist from tonight. A lot of, just random odds and ends songs that we were talking about. And then finally,
Royal Otis.
Yeah, a lot of Royal Otis. I mean, you should both of the Royal Otis covers too. Like, you should be also listening to the original recordings because they are also fantastic in their own right. And then finally, just once again, our socials. Hopefully by now you know where to find us. And we're going to continue to bring you great NFL offseason coverage. We're going to continue to bring you great college basketball offseason coverage. The NBA playoffs are in full swing. The Stanley Cup playoffs are grinding out through the first round. Major League Baseball is right here. Ohm Brown, if you haven't checked it out right now, Ohm Brown on our site did a really great piece on a lot of the injuries that have been piling up amongst pitchers in Major League Baseball. That's a really good thing to check out. And anything else that you guys could possibly imagine, us at House Enterprise are here. No SAT prep guides yet, but we possibly could have those
Working
on
on
the
that.
way,
Working on that.
depending on what you thought about our help tonight.
Mhm.
So for James Moss, Jordan Lauby, thank you to our nearly 50 viewers on all of our channels simultaneously. Keep checking us out at house-enterprise.com. Follow us on our socials that are linked down below. And I've been Sam Basil. We'll see you guys next time.